Hey, good afternoon, folks. Thanks so much for joining me here on Wave Now. We want to go back to the hearing that is going on right now, the NTSB hearing into the deadly UPS plane crash 29 to 76. They had a lunch break and now they come back. So we want to show you what folks are talking about right now. So this is a public hearing that's going on with the NTSB. The goal is to get more details and answers into what led up to the crash in Louisville that killed 15 people. So this has representatives from UPS, Boeing, and the FAA. Let's jump in and listen to where things are being left off right now.
Is determined to be not a safety issue, and there's a distinction here in the terminology that I'd like to explain for a moment. Boeing's determination is whether something is a safety issue or not a safety issue. The FAA determines if we have an unsafe condition, and the terms are almost interchangeable. The main distinction is who is making that decision. So we have two paths. If something is determined to be not a safety issue, not an unsafe condition, then that can be closed with minimal further action. If something is determined to be an unsafe condition, the FAA will write an airworthiness directive, which mandates corrective actions in the fleet. If it is not an unsafe condition, we're less concerned about following up on whether any corrective action is completed.
How does the FAA know if a cost items are repetitive?
Two ways to do that. One is often Boeing will identify, this is a similar issue to what has been reported before, and they will identify the cost item number associated with that previous report. That is very helpful. Our engineers also have a way to group together cost items, similar cost items, into a safety investigation, so we can do that as well ourselves.
Was there any changes between the 2005 to 2015 and then 2015 to the current process as far as analyzing repetitive cost items?
I would say our tools have gotten better at being able to track all of the items. So I think we're better at identifying them. But from a logistical perspective, or I guess at the basic level, we did the same thing. Either Boeing would identify, potentially report a cost item, and Boeing would identify it that it aligned with a previous cost item, or the FAA engineer who is responsible would get assigned these multiple cost items and understand that they were repetitive.
And then you mentioned that if a PSI exists, an AD or airworthiness directive will be issued. Can you provide an example when a potential safety issue resulted in an AD?
Understand that a potential safety issue is just that, it's potential. That does not necessarily mean that it is an unsafe condition. So of those things that are determined to be unsafe conditions, those will go on to be airworthiness directives. Do you have any reasoning?
I mean, I just think every AD we write for the Boeing company aircraft was most likely a potential safety issue that turned into an AD. So you could look at almost every AD that we've issued, and that would be an example.
If I could just give you an idea of the scale here, Boeing's cost reports to the FAA are about 4,000 per year. I'm estimating rough numbers, roughly half of those are potential safety issues, so somewhere around 2,000. We write somewhere like 50 to 100 ADs per year on Boeing products. So the majority of things that are potential safety issues, after careful review and analysis, are found to not actually be unsafe conditions that require ADs.
What happens if there's a disagreement with categorizing it between Boeing and the FAA?
So there are two steps in that categorization. One is it or is it not a potential safety issue? If Boeing identifies something as not a potential safety issue, but our engineer is concerned about it, then we can ask Boeing for additional information. So we can do an investigation. Then if there's a disagreement about whether or not something is actually a safety issue, an unsafe condition, that depends on which direction the disagreement goes. Most often when there's a disagreement, when one of us finds it to be unsafe and the other one does not, most often that is where the FAA finds something to be an unsafe condition and Boeing has not found it to be a safety issue. That's of all the items that either we or Boeing identify as unsafe conditions, that's maybe 10%. 90% of the time we're in agreement on whether that something is a safety issue. In that case, if the FAA has identified an unsafe condition, then we still require Boeing to provide the root cause analysis, the service information to support our airworthiness directive. If it goes the other way and we do not feel there's an unsafe condition, but Boeing has identified there's a safety issue, and again, that's of the two disagreements, that's the less common, then Boeing can issue a service bulletin to the fleet. It just will not be mandated by an airworthiness directive.
Can you confirm who has the final say whether an issue is unsafe?
It is the FAA's decision that we have an unsafe condition that requires mandatory corrective action.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to Dr. Wilson.
Thanks so much. I'd like to discuss Boeing's continued operational safety process. And I know that we heard from FAA and now we've got the joint working agreements, but from Boeing's perspective, so keeping that in mind when you're answering the questions. And I also know that we have evolution of the process over time. So I'm going to try to be time specific to help when you're answering the questions and also keeping track in my mind. So let's start with the process prior to 2005. So if you could describe the COSP process when Boeing would receive a defect report from an operator or the FAA.
In that time frame, we had something called the incident review process. There was an in-service safety team that reviewed the incoming communications from our operators, and they would look to determine if there was a potential incident through some criteria that was established at that time. Once they identified something, they would take it to the in-service safety team for a further evaluation. If it was determined to be an incident, then it would progress through a safety board, and we would communicate with the FAA as we executed on a safety decision and potential corrective action.
And then this process changed in 2005. Can you walk me through that change?
Yes, I'd like to use a chart to do that. If we could go to Exhibit 7T, and I think it's page 5. Next page, please. This is a representation of how we implemented the working agreement in the 2005 timeframe. On the left side, these are the process inputs. Essentially, this is information coming in from the fleet. There is the in-service safety team that will, at this point, is now working to COSP and PSI identification criteria. So as Brian said, we had expanded on the criteria as the process matured. They would determine if it was potentially reportable. If it was reportable, then you can see the gray lines down to the FAA. And this was a significant change from the previous incident review process that once we determined something cost reportable, we were communicating to the FAA in various forms. At the beginning, a database. And then it would mature into a decision as to whether it was a potential safety issue, again, against criteria established in the working agreement.
If it was determined to be PSI yes or no, we communicated with the FAA, again, with the database. If it was yes, then the technical review team would take over and they would perform their investigation. And as the investigation was run, they would look for additional information. They would go back to the operator that reported it, more than likely. They would also maybe use other sources or functional leaders inside the Boeing company to help determine whether there was a potential safety issue or not recommendation for the board. It would go to board, Program Safety Review Board there. A presentation would be made and a decision would be made. That decision would be, again, communicated, as my colleagues at the FAA said, to the FAA. And then if it was safety, corrective action would be required. And every item that was determined to be safety, we would begin to communicate with the fleet, commonly called the Fleet Team Digest. And then every item that was opened as a safety item was required to have what we call an SRP, a service-related problem. It's a project which would be opened and it would be executed and tracked inside the Boeing company.
And then now the current process.
Yes, thanks. If we go to the next page, it says 2016, but this is very close to what we have today. I do want to use some numbers this time with the process inputs. We have in today roughly 14,000 messages from our operators every month communicating something unique to us. And of those 14,000 messages, there'll be many back and forth emails and phone calls. So it's into the tens of thousands of inputs that come into the service engineering team every single month. The service engineer's responsibility is to do a potential COSP assessment. And so we have, again, criteria that's been created in concert with the FAA as to if something is potentially cost reportable. And if it's potentially cost reportable, we click the button and the database is updated. At that point, it moves over into our airplane safety engineering team. So it changed from the previous version. And the airplane safety engineering team will do a determination as to whether it is in fact cost reportable per the 21.3 criteria. They will also do a potential safety issue evaluation. And if they determine that it is a potential safety issue, then it moves to one of our technical review boards. And we have technical review boards for essentially every discipline. So think propulsion structures. There'll be multiple boards of functional experts that will perform their evaluation. And the engineering investigation team that you see at the top is to help them develop a recommendation that would come into the Program Safety Review Board. Again, communicating with the FAA all the way through, as you see with the bottom arrows. Similarly, we will make a decision. We will communicate with the FAA. And if I back up just a little bit, today's environment, when we have something that's been determined to be a potential safety issue, we're communicating with the FAA. We have a partnership, a partnership meeting that meets today every month, and I think it was every other month at the time. And it was to discuss items that were maturing through our safety system before a decision was made. If something's determined to be safety, again, it requires corrective action, and we will do that and work with the FAA as we develop that corrective action. And then a difference here, you see the safety lessons learned. In our prior history, lessons learned were expectations, but it wasn't a requirement built into our process. And so in the 2016 timeframe, it was, I'll say, codified into our process along with the FAA that every safety issue had to have a safety lessons learned developed, and then we would figure out how to employ it back into the system to try to prevent it from happening again.
14,000 messages, that's a lot in 1 month. How big is the service engineering team?
Yeah, thank you for the question. There's roughly 1,000 people in service engineering. There's roughly 2,000 people in the team that receives most of those messages. but the majority of those 14,000 will hit that service engineering team of 1,000 people. So think repairs, troubleshooting, events or incidents. There's a smaller subset that will be requests for manual changes or something like that that we also do. And then it is a requirement that every one of these have a human look at it. And so that is an important element of our process.
And the changes that came about in 2005 and then 2015, 2016 timeframe, was there a defining event that led to these changes in the process?
Oh, I'm not aware of like a specific event that caused it. My understanding is that the working agreement had lines that there should be a continued improvement activity. And so then when there was enough information or enough value, that the agreement would be improved.
And the process that you go through, is it different if a report is received from the FAA versus an operator?
Fundamentally, no. If a report comes directly in from the FAA, it will be routed to the appropriate team to determine the cost reportability. The FAA will obviously help us with that on that unique occasion. And it'll mature through the safety system, making sure functional oversight.
So going back to the process again, pre-2005, if you're aware, how is it determined who would be involved in the cost process?
Thank you. There wasn't a cost process pre-2005. There was a group of individuals, the ISST technical staff that reviewed incoming messages and things that met the criteria established at the time were brought forward to a team that include technical leaders.
And so then in 2005, was there a dedicated cost team then?
Yes, if we go not a dedicated cost team, the way I would describe it is that there was a further integration of the working agreement into the organization. And so the roles expanded across the organization so that the engineering teams, so service engineering and their managers had more responsibility, more accountability.
And then what about in today's process?
Yeah, I think today, structurally, our engineering team inside customer support, it aligns with this intent. And so we've been intentional to build an organization that would execute on the working agreement.
How many costs processes do you go through in a year? I don't know, a month, a week? What is the right defining time frame?
How many per year?
Yeah.
Ms. Violet said 4,000.
We get 4,000 cost reports from Boeing a year, about.
So
It's about 80 a week.
Okay. So those are actual cost processes that go through the full process is 4,000?
They go through at least some part of the process. They might not all go to a corrective action review board, but those are items that are reviewed by the FAA to conclusion.
So these are the 4,000 have gone through Boeing's cost process and then goes to the FAA. Am I following that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
I might add, I'm sorry that all 14,000 start with the cost process getting a potential cost evaluation a month.
And there's a cost number that is assigned to those, or when does the number get assigned to it?
Once it's been determined to be a cost item.
Okay. And for those items that aren't given a cost, I know you say COSP, but I think for simplicity, we were using COSP just to be, use one term for this hearing. So when is the number assigned? You said when it's determined that it needs the full review.
I believe when it's actually determined to be a reportable event.
Okay. And then for those that don't reach that determination, is there some kind of documentation that we looked at this and this is why we feel it's not raising to that level?
No, there is not a requirement to document when something is determined to be not reportable.
Okay. So I think you described in the slides that you had up, you sort of showed the information flow from Boeing. Did it include the Boeing Service Engineering Group to the Cost Engineering Group? Was that on your slide, or was it just showing the process of information flow from Boeing to the FAA?
If we go to slide, it's 7 on my exhibit. There we are. It's the first box. And that is precisely how it's done today, that the first person to receive the message is service engineering typically, and to perform the evaluation.
Okay, thanks. And I believe Mr. Knopp thought that you would be able to better answer the different data sources that are used for evaluating.
The majority of the data that we receive are from our operators, and it's a global fleet all over the world. There isn't a requirement for operators to report to the Boeing company, but we have a strong relationship on safety, and so we receive quite a bit of information. Other data sources will come from suppliers if they have escapements, and then also from our production system as well. Those are common. I would like to say that we do have a speak up policy inside the Boeing company. And so if anyone sees something that they're concerned about, it can also come in that way.
And is the reporting criteria for a potential safety issue and a COSP event, are those the same reporting criteria? Are they different?
I think we're saying the same thing. The reportable criteria would make it a COSP event.
Okay. So one of the things we heard with service difficulty reports is sort of the coding or classification of these events is difficult. How is that process under COSP, or how is that, I guess, am I trying to say here? Are you finding that the coding and classification is consistent with the reports that you get, or are you finding the same challenges that come with SDRs?
We've taken a look at it, and we had various challenges. My understanding is data quality made it very difficult for us to integrate it into our existing system. And we are exploring how better we can integrate the data.
Mm-hmm. As a part of the COSP process, what risk assessment tools are you using for making those determinations of safety of flight or not?
Sure. The criteria themselves, I believe, are based in a risk assessment methodology. And so the large team that we have a set of criteria that have already been very carefully developed with safety professionals at the Boeing company and the FAA, so that a set of criteria is used to identify what might be an issue. And then as it matures through our system, there are additional guidelines and tools and experts as we get into what type of an issue it is, what tools are available to them to perform their analysis. So the first screening is generations of safety knowledge, I think.
So a report comes in. Let's go back to the 2005 to 2015 timeframe. And so how is it determined if something is safety of flight versus not safety of flight?
The first evaluation is to determine if it's cost reportable. And there's criteria for that. And then there's the potential safety issue criteria. And if it meets the criteria as a potential safety issue, then it will go through a technical team, the technical review team, to determine if it meets the criteria for safety relative to structures or systems or propulsion or whatever the type of issue might be. And so that functional excellence and safety tools live in the engineering functions that own it.
And then what documentation is kept as a part of that process to, support the determination of safety of flight or not?
The final document would be an SRB, a safety review board presentation, and the substantiating information available.
And is that the process of the tech review team and then determining where it sort of fits? Is that the same today?
Ultimately, the airplane safety organization today ensures that the information is maintained, and it's in another database.
Okay. And is there still, there's still the SRB presentation? Is that the documentation? Any other supporting documentation under today's process?
I'm sure there are other documents that are generated, but the one that gets sent to the FAA would be the SRB and the supporting information. The engineering investigation and analysis certainly is archived, by the team.
Mm-hmm. So if something is determined to be a safety of flight issue, now what is the process?
Once we determine it to be safety, then the Boeing company will develop a corrective action for it, whatever it might be. At the same time, we're communicating to the FAA that we're going to go do this. So we open up a service-related problem, which is a project that is managed and tracked with milestones and clear deliverables, so that we can end up with whatever the remedy is for the fleet, whether it be a bulletin, whether it would be a procedure, but it is tracked and managed.
And just so that I just want to make sure that I'm clear in my mind. So if it's not a safety of flight issue, so you went through the cost process, it's not a safety of flight issue, it's still reported to the FAA, does it still go through the SRB? Is there still that documentation?
If it was determined to be a potential safety issue, yes, it would go through the process and be closed with an SRB pitch typically.
Documentation of I know you said it wasn't a cost process per se prior to 2005. How long was the documentation prior to that kept for any process that went through an analysis?
I don't have knowledge of our retention requirements.
Okay. Is there a document retention requirement now?
There is.
Okay, what is that?
I don't know what the length of it is, but I know we have a requirement.
Okay.
We can certainly find it and provide it.
Great. So again, prior to 2005, repetitive defects, how were those handled? If there's documentation of that, how were repetitive defects handled prior to 2005?
Yeah, the information that we have in that time frame doesn't specify how we would address a repetitive defect. So I don't know.
Okay.
We've not been able to find it.
Okay. And then between 2005 and 2015, how were repetitive defects handled?
Yeah, we have had the expectation that our team review cost reports as they come in and then update information as it becomes available. It was in a later iteration of the cost working agreement where we put it in as a requirement for our teams to review repetitive potential cost rate and then potentially update costs if necessary.
And when did that requirement start?
I believe it's in the 2017. We can check. I'm sorry.
Okay. And so then, so now it is documented now, repetitive, that you will be reviewing post cost reports or previous cost reports when a repetitive defect is identified.
It's the expectation that the team is reviewing the information with a mind of potential repeat events. Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of any cost reports analysis that have been reevaluated based on repetitive defects?
I wouldn't be able to tell you one personally here.
Okay. The partnership meetings, I think you said you meet monthly on those
Today, yes.
today. Okay. And it was every other month, you said,
I
prior to
believe
that.
that's accurate.
Can you just briefly go over what an agenda for one of those meetings would be?
Sure. There would be the PSIs, the potential safety issues that were in process, and they would be open for a conversation. I think it was expected that it would be a conversation. The Boeing team would provide that. The Boeing team also had items that, and have items that they may want to discuss with the FAA. And then conversely, the FAA can and will put whatever they want on the agenda, items of concern, which can be open items or any item that they would like to discuss. And then there's a process by which we manage and then show up and discuss.
And who leads those meetings?
Yeah, currently it's Air 520, I believe. Is that accurate?
Yeah, so I mean, I think usually our senior engineers in the various disciplines would lead those meetings. I'll also add, I mean, we call Boeing whenever we want to go get the info we need. So while we do have these more formal meetings on a recurring basis, our engineers pick up the phone or whatever the tech is these days and get a hold of the right person at Boeing if we need information. So.
Okay. And reviewing some of the meeting minutes from back in 2007, 2008 timeframe, are the meeting minutes from the previous meetings, do you know, I know it was a long time ago, would those meeting minutes be reviewed to ensure that action items from the previous meeting were being followed through in the next meeting?
I don't know.
I would assume so, yes. I don't know in every instance, but general practice would be that that's what we would do, yes.
Are you aware, is that the process today?
I mean, we take meeting minutes in most of our more formal meetings with Boeing and have action items that we review, at the next iteration of that meeting, yes.
Okay. And I know that Ms. Oki asked FAA if they could recall when there was maybe a disagreement between Boeing and FAA where they didn't agree on the disposition. Boeing, do you have any examples of that and how that was resolved?
I don't have a specific example, but in the working agreement, there is a process that is written out on how to resolve disagreements. And so it is elevated inside the companies, and different conversation is allowed. And I would say, you know, the agreement, I think, may be higher. The PSI, yes, no. There are many that are PSI, no, that I think the companies agree on. And so I think it's a much higher, in the high 90% alignment. And then when we're not aligned, it is important that we get together and we discuss why. And we absolutely do that.
Going back to the cost process between 2005 and 2015. So initial information comes in, a report. What if additional information is received by service engineering? Would that information be passed along to be considered in a cost?
In the 2005 to 2015 timeframe, it would take somebody to identify that it was new information and to pass it along, not an automated system.
Is the process better today to catch that, to make that an automated process, or does that still require a human to review it?
I think we're better at executing, but it's a human in the process. It is not automated.
Any idea of how long the cost process takes?
The initial phase, we do have requirements. So today, environment, a P cost determination, which is a potential cost reportability that happens inside service engineering. We use 3 M days. It's manufacturing days aligned, you know, with the business days. And so we have no more than 3 days to make that determination on every one of them. And the next phase is that it's handed off into the aviation safety team, and they have additional requirements for execution. A key milestone that we do our very best to maintain is that if something's been determined to be a potential safety issue, it comes to safety board within 2 weeks. The time between something being determined potential safety, yes or no, can vary as we attempt to get more information from the operator or from the maintenance provider, as an example.
And just to be clear, that's under the current process.
That's correct.
Did they have requirements like that, do you recall, with the previous agreement?
We did a little bit different. If we go back to the 05 timeframe, it was we were to make a determination within 1 week of receipt of the message. And that's the information that I have. And that would be a cost reportability, sorry, a 21.3 reporting determination within 1 week of receipt.
Safety management system. Can you give me a high-level overview of Boeing's SMS?
Sure, thank you. The COSP working agreement is an integral part of our safety management system for how we work with the in-service fleet. The safety management system of Boeing is quite a bit larger because it covers our production system and, of course, but on the in-service supply chain, the in-service work, cost working agreement is crucial. It has both safety assurance and safety risk management. We're monitoring for information. And then when we see something, we attempt to understand it and take action if action is necessary through the protocols we've discussed. We continue to learn SMS. We've just worked on how we're going to be compliant with 14 CFR Part 5, the two-way hazard identification. And so what this is doing is the Boeing company is opening up our criteria as we work with the FAA so that we look a little bit differently at the operational environments that our airplane is flying in. And so we have a pilot with a major domestic airline to work taxonomy and language and identification.
how do you think the implementation of SMS has improved the cost process?
I think that we have a journey to learn how to communicate better between the different parts of the industry. How our airlines, how our operators communicate safety inside the airline is a little bit different than how we communicate safety inside the Boeing company. And the more time we spend together talking about those differences, I think our in-service safety, will benefit.
Thanks for that. And I have one last question that I'd like to pose to Boeing and the FAA. Obviously, looking back at this event, very, tragic that this was missed, that it fell between the cracks, and we didn't recognize that we would be in the situation that we're in today. So if it's even possible, how are we looking back at previous costs, processes to kind of through today's lens to ensure that other items haven't fallen through the cracks?
I'll start. We have work to do. We have trend capability that we are using and probably have opportunity to improve. As cost reports are generated, we have an airplane safety analytics team. We also have a data team inside of engineering. And so they are looking for trends. We typically are focused on, say, like a part number and look at if there's a different supplier to see if there's a trend there. Also looking at maybe more systems events, think about an autopilot or, something that might be more rate dependent. But our airplane safety team looks at that data, and the rest of the engineering team supports them with it.
Yeah, and I think similarly to what Ms. Hirsch said is, we do have the section that is looking at trend data, not just with SDRs like we talked about this morning, but other sources of data. We have the ability to identify if we have cost items that come in, and we can search through a large database of stuff to understand if there are previous cost items related to this, if they weren't identified before. So I think those are the things we are doing, as well as just ensuring that our processes, we have better tools to ensure that we don't miss anything that comes into whatever the data source is. So.
Thanks. And I should never say that it was my last question because I have one more. See, I just did it again. I said one more. So, with new technology, AI, is FAA or Boeing, are you exploring any technologies to help you mine through all of the data that you have?
We are. Carefully. So what we're doing is we're using AI and machine learning to scrape the data from many different sources. We train it with the reporting criteria and other items that we've learned to help identify items that maybe were overlooked. We are very intentional, though, that we'll always have a human that is making the decision. And so we're trying to create a tool that brings information to the person in a very easy way to address. I'll also say that we continue to do our best to increase communication with the fleet. Operator reporting is crucial. And so this is something that we advocate for and are doing our best to remove barriers to communication with the Boeing company.
Yeah, and just as Boeing said, we are exploring large language models and artificial intelligence to, improve our cost review process. Again, in the infancy stages of that, there's certainly lots of potential because we have large data sets in a unique taxonomy that will take some training to make that usable. But there's certainly, I think, lots of opportunity there that needs to be explored, and we're working on that.
Thank you. I will now turn it over to Mr. Crookshanks.
Thank you. So most of these questions are going to go to Boeing, and we're going to get into the specifics of the known events that we have. So Mr. Jordan, if you could pull up Exhibit 7Z, please. Okay, we've seen this slide before. This is the 10 reported events that we know about that occurred prior to the accident. And I want to start, let's be very clear here. Does Boeing consider the pylon aft bulkhead halves, both the forward and aft half, as principal structural elements?
The lugs are defined as PSE, principal structural elements.
Thank you. And the spherical bearing is not considered a PSE, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks. So we're going to go through each of these events one by one. So the first one, operator one reported a right aft bulkhead spherical bearing that was fully fractured to Boeing in July of 2002. The operator also reported a lug separation of about 30 thousandths of an inch and internal board damage. The operator additionally reported that they would provide that bearing to Boeing for analysis. Okay, so there we are. Have you found any record that that bearing was ever received or analyzed at Boeing?
No, we have not.
Have you found any analysis related to the event reported by Operator 1 in July 2002? Any kind of analysis or COSP process?
We have not located analysis relative to cost process.
Okay. Was there any differences in the cost process at the time? So at that time, it would have been the aircraft incident review process. Was there something in that process that maybe prevented it from entering into the process?
Yeah, I understand the question. We had screening criteria at the time, which was significant structural defect or damage. And this particular event, to the best of our knowledge, we can't find a record that it was reported to the 21.3 pre-COS era.
Okay. So would this damage and deformation to a principal structural element, the lugs of the aft bulkhead, would it qualify as a COSP reportable item under that process back then?
Based on the records that we found and the details provided by the operator, it's unclear what data was used in the determination at that time and how they considered the respective details about the gapped lug. There was a known gap as production requirement, and service did not have an allowable associated with it. Everything had to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. And so we just don't have any record of how it was considered or what they understood to be cost reportable at that time.
Okay, do you recall what the gap allowance would have been from production?
Yes, in terms of the flatness requirements on the two halves of the bulkhead themselves, and then additionally the assembly itself, the requirement was about 10 thousandths of an inch.
Okay, thank you. So I think I know the answer to this, but was that damage to the bulkhead lugs and the deformation of a PSE analyzed with respect to the certification loads that were performed for this airplane?
Just to clarify your question, are you referring to the cost review?
No, I'm thinking, did anybody go back and look at the certification loads to see if maybe there was an error in the certification loads for the aft bulkhead lugs?
We have not found any record of such.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jordan, can you pull up that slide again? Okay, now we're going to move to the next event. Operator 2 reported a right aft bulkhead spherical bearing failure to Boeing on September 19th, 2007. Both the forward and aft halves of the outer race were migrated. A crack was found by eddy current in the aft bulkhead aft lug and was reported 4 days later on September 23, 2007. We know that COSP 2007-0720 was initiated for this event. So can you describe to us how this reported event was analyzed and determined as cost reportable at that time?
For the spherical bearing, they went through and made their determination that it met the criteria of the day to determine it cost reportable and submitted it into the system for additional analysis.
And we know from documents we've received from you that the operator and Boeing examined that bearing in their metallurgical labs and produced a report. Can you briefly describe the findings from that examination?
Yeah, there were 2 metallurgical analysis, as I understand, and they found a detail in the design that could lead to cracking. And so a recommendation to change the bearing ultimately was created.
And what was that detail?
It was a lubrication groove.
Okay, thanks. Does the cost process typically wait for all the repair work and lab work and examination work to be completed before the COSP is completed?
Typically, it will go through the process when enough data is available to make a decision wherever you are, as described in the process. They will make a decision. So if they have enough data or analysis, they will endeavor to make a decision.
Okay, thanks. Do you happen to know if the information that was reported 4 days later, the cracking in the aft lug, if that made it into the cost process?
We have no record of that being considered or not considered. We just haven't been able to find that detail.
Okay, now I'd like to bring up the slides. Cheech wants to ask one question.
Mr. Hirsch, you mentioned that for COSP 2007-0720, that it was cost reportable, quote, for the day. Can you explain what that means? Is it up for interpretation? Does it change?
Well, there were reporting requirements in that time frame, and I can bring them up in the exhibit. And so if you wish.
So would the bearing normally not be reportable, but in this case, it was treated like it was?
Well, what we know is that this team reviewed it against the criteria and determined it to be reportable.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. If you could bring up Exhibit 7F, page 10, please. So this is the cost presentation that was made to the FAA for COSP 2007-0720. At the bottom of the slide, it says the safety decision recommendation was not a safety issue. Do you know what rationale was used to make this determination?
I believe this is the safety review board pitch that was made inside the Boeing company. So this is part of our SRB that would be provided to the FAA. And then on a following slide, there's an explanation of a determination of not safety.
Okay, we can go to the next slide if you want to explain that.
It's a couple more slides. Next. Next. I think one more. So this is the information that we have on how the decision was made to be not safety.
And I believe on a previous slide, it's stated in this that this is the first reported incident of this type of failure. Can you explain that statement?
No, we're not sure why the team that was performing this analysis didn't have knowledge of the first event. We just haven't found record that it was considered or not considered. Sorry.
Okay, thanks. And I guess, can you walk us through the timeline for this specific COSP? I know you've prepared a slide to kind of walk us through the different meetings that happened and the FAA partnerships that occurred for this COSP.
Sure. We have a graphic, and it's the 7 Tango exhibit and side 5 for me. This is it. And so at the top is the initial report that was provided by an operator, as Mr. Cruikshank said, and then the 23rd was the follow-on report. You can see the partnership meetings on the bottom. So as we went through our safety process, you can see that the COSP was opened on the same day that the first report was received. It's the very bottom, 19 September 2007. So as this matured through the process, we had multiple partnership meetings with the FAA as we were performing our investigation. And you'll see in the minutes, May 12th, so the partnership meeting in April, we discussed with the FAA that we were working to come to root cause, to have a final SRB decision. The report came in May 7th, and then after the report came in, we released a service letter to the fleet informing them of the issue, and that was followed by a fleet team digest also informing the fleet. And the subject of the service letter was inspections that would be used to reliably detect a migrated bearing. Our decision in June 2008, as we saw, was not safety. And then we continued to a final fleet team digest in May 2009 and issuing a service letter in 2011, which was different spherical bearing, an upgraded bearing.
Okay, thanks. And one more question on this. Was the design and certification of the aft bulkhead ever reconsidered as a result of this cost?
We don't have information that would say yes or no. We don't know.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Jordanheim, if you could pull up Exhibit 7Q, page 24. Okay, this is one of the pages out of the partnership meeting minutes from the meeting on February 12th of 2008. And we can see that one of the actions agreed upon between Boeing and the FAA is that Boeing would revise the inspection requirements in the MD-11 maintenance planning document for the 60-month inspection of the wing pylon aft bulkhead to include a detailed inspection of the spherical bearing. Can you explain why this was not done?
No, I cannot. It's a current status here. We were investigating whether an MPD change, an interval change would occur. In a later meeting, we discussed that an AMM change, the procedure change, would be executed. We have not been able to find a record that would explain the change from an interval to the procedure.
Okay, would there have been a certain department within Boeing that would be responsible for an MPD change?
There would have.
Okay, and would there have been a process for making that change? And if so, what was that process?
I'm sure there would have been a process, and I don't know it.
Okay, thank you. Which department would that be for the MPD change?
I believe it's the maintenance engineering department.
Okay, thank you. Now, Mr. Jordanheim, if you can pull up the timeline again. Okay, let's move on to the next one. So San Antonio Aerospace reported a right aft bulkhead spherical bearing aft swage ring separation on a UPS airplane to Boeing on July 1st, 2008. We know that COSP 2008-0594 was initiated for this event. So how was the reported event in July 2008 analyzed and determined as a cost reportable item under the process in place at the time?
it would have been evaluated against the criteria for cost reportability, the 21.3 criteria that we've been discussing.
And that would have been in the Long Beach LAACO agreement, the 2005 to 2015.
And it is specified in that agreement.
Great, thanks. We know from some of the communications that Boeing requested the bearing for analysis. Have you found any record that it was ever received or analyzed?
No, we have not found any record of it being received or analyzed.
Can you also explain to me the closure rationale on this cost, which was, quote, by process not accepted as a new item, refer to costs 2007-0720?
I can. If we go back to 7 Tango and then our slide 10. So this is a process that we had inside the Long Beach team, which ultimately ended up becoming part of the cost working agreement and still exists in some form today. And I'll read it. General guidelines for not accepted items, events, issues that are already actively being reviewed, repeat events, or have already been determined to be a safety or not safety issue, or that have already been resolved with existing service action and has not been incorporated should not be accepted. Repeat events do not need to be addressed separately as a new item.
Okay, thanks. Now, Mr. Jordan, can we bring up the timeline again? So now we have additional findings of cracked or fractured bearings, lug board damage, and or deformed bulkhead lugs reported to Boeing in October 2008, February 2009. These would have been under the LAACO Long Beach cost working agreement at the time. Should these have been considered reportable as cost items under that agreement?
Yeah, I don't know the criteria or information that the team, the information that the team had to make their evaluation. So I don't have a record as to why they were not reported in COSP.
Have you found any analysis related to either of these events?
With respect to analysis, and we'll take this as an action, I believe one of these events did have a metallurgical analysis on the bearing, but I would need to confirm that again. But I do recall several reports confirming the fracture was in a similar location to that of the bearing identified in 2007. But again, I will follow up on that to confirm.
Okay, yeah, if that's the case, we'd like to see that because I don't think we've seen that. So still talking about these two events. Under the agreement in place, the cost agreement at that time, would that fractured bearing, deformed lugs, and lug damage be a cost reportable item in the listed items in that agreement?
Yeah, sitting here today,
Yes.
I don't understand the decision protocol that they used. I just don't know what information they have, but sitting here today, I believe they're cost reportable.
Okay, thank you. Can we bring the timeline up again? So now let's move on to the next couple of events. We have additional findings of cracked or fractured bearings, lug board damage, and or deformed bulkhead lugs reported to Boeing in March 2017 and in June 2020. These would have been under the harmonized cost working agreement in place at the time. Should these have been considered reportable under that agreement?
It's the same answer, Mr. Cruikshanks. I don't know how they made their evaluation. I don't have information as to that would explain their determination, but sitting here today, they would be cost reportable.
Okay, thank you. And same question again, have you found any analysis related to these two events?
We have not.
Okay. And then one more time with the timeline. We have additional findings of fractured bearings that were reported to the FAA in SDRs in August 2007 and September 2020. Those were also, I believe, reported to Boeing, or they were not reported to Boeing. We do know that Boeing did approve the installation of an oversized bearing for the August 2007 event. Is there any indication at all that Boeing was aware of these fractured bearings prior to this investigation?
If you're asking if we were aware of the SDR events, I do not believe that we were. We don't have records that we were aware.
Okay. And would the installation of an oversized bearing be considered a cost reportable item?
Prior to this event, the structural repair manual had a repair capability for an oversized bearing. And so depending on how the operator proceeded to utilize that repair, the report may or may not have come into the Boeing company for a cost evaluation.
Okay, great, thanks. Now, just want to jump over to the FAA and talk about these 4 events. So we have these 4 SDRs concerning fractured aft bulkhead spherical bearings, August 2007, October 2008, March 2017, and September 2020. 2 of them were also reported to Boeing. Do you know, did the FAA supply these SDRs to Boeing?
I don't believe the FAA supplied them to Boeing.
Okay. Do you know if the PMI for the operators were notified of these SDRs?
I do not know that.
Okay. Is there any indication that the FAA recognized the similarity of these events as being kind of a recurrent event?
No.
Okay, thanks. Okay, one final question, I think. Who would typically be the person at Boeing that presents the cost to the FAA?
Well, I'm not sure that there's actually a formal presentation of the cost as in a meeting, but I'm inferring that. And so what I understand is that there'll be the partnership meetings. We're discussing that it's occurring. And in the past, the FAA had the opportunity to attend our SRBs directly. And today, in the last multiple years, the FAA is always invited and frequently attends our SRB meetings directly. So I'm not sure that there was a separate meeting to present it. It certainly was submitted into a bulletin board or, on the server, and then additional conversations would occur. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, so I think what I'm hearing is there's not a specific presentation like the SRB presentation that we have from the COSP 0720.
My understanding is that would be the information that would be provided to the FAA. That would be it.
Okay, thank you.
This might be for Mr. Hirsch. I think it was mentioned prior to the accident. Let's see, there were an item was either reportable or not reportable. If it's a reportable item, who's responsible for trending data with repetitive events?
Thank you for the question. We have in the past, the responsibility was an expectation. It wasn't documented. We didn't have it in our process that any one team would look for trending. In more recent times, we have our airplane safety analytics group, and then our analytics group that would look at the data for as additional costs came in to help support the rest of the engineering team. And so it's not one person, it's an organization that supports the engineering team.
So in that case, who would be responsible for determining whether or not a safety or not safety determination needs to get revisited?
In today's construct, the airplane safety engineering team would be receiving that information and then informing the technical review boards that would benefit from that data. And so the technical review boards would determine if it was relevant as this information was provided.
And back in the 10, 15, 20 years ago timeframes?
Unclear expectation, but it's not documented in the working agreement or our process for how to analyze the repetitive events at that level of detail.
So it sounds like it's a mix of either professional judgment and also experience within the company and knowing what's been happening in the past.
I agree in the past, yes.
All right. And with, so prior to the accident, for things that were not reportable, how would you trend those items with repetitive events?
Mr. Shin, if I understand, you're saying that items that were not reportable but looking for trends. I think that's a huge opportunity for the industry to understand what truly are weak signals in the system, things that don't meet the generational experience that we have, the criteria that we've created, but can potentially become an issue. And so I think that's industry improvement that we need to make.
So in the, and I don't remember which exhibit it was, sorry, but it was an internal document in Long Beach where it said that repeat events are additional data points, but they don't need to be accepted for a COSP. So if they aren't accepted for COSP and don't get an identifier, can you provide commentary on how trending expectations would have been done back then? If they're data points, but you're not tracking it, can you reconcile those two for me?
Yeah, in this specific case, perhaps we expected that there would be bearings that were going to break. And that led to a service letter advising the fleet to have a different level of inspection to look for the migrated bearings. And then we also released another service letter recommending that the fleet change out the bearings as discussed earlier. What we didn't account for, what we didn't understand, or what we haven't been able to find is the effect of the spherical bearing on this system as we've been learning through our current investigation with the current tools and insight today.
Thank you. Dr. Violet, is the FAA dependent on accurate reporting from Boeing in order to see the trends with repetitive events?
Yes, I would say we are dependent on accurate reporting, and Boeing is our primary source of data for costs for the Boeing products.
Do you see any opportunities for the FAA to do this independently to provide essentially either a backstop or redundancy to getting that accurate reporting just from Boeing?
Well, the other source of data that we have is coming from the operators, and that's through the SDR system. As we've discussed previously, there is some challenges with that data, but that is potentially another source of data, yes.
And if the FAA were to do a COSP of this bearing today, not knowing the damage to the lugs, what would the safety determination be?
I think that's an excellent question, and you're now touching on the second aspect of safety risk. Safety risk is composed, of course, of the likelihood or the probability and the severity. We've talked a lot about trending and the number of events and the likelihood. I think, as Mr. Hirsch has just discussed, there was a misunderstanding initially 20 years ago about the severity of the event that might result from failure of this bearing. That's why it was not designated a principal structural element. That's why it was considered not a safety issue, that if broken, that bearing might cause some damage to the lug, but it was not believed to be critical to the integrity, the safety of the aircraft.
And then if we were to add the damaged lugs to that, can you expand on how that would change the safety determination?
I believe that would have changed the safety determination had, again, I hate to speculate. We've been told not to speculate. But there was information back in the 2007 cost report. There was on that event that did not make its way into the cost process that there was an actual crack in the lug. I think had that information come to light at the time, the determination might very well have been different.
And Mr. Konopask, since this accident, has Boeing changed the approach on analyzing components like bearings or other hardware that was not considered principal structural elements, but basically connect primary structure or principal structural elements?
Since this accident, Boeing has taken an approach to review similar type designs, such as the one in this event, across all models, not just the MD-11 and DC-10 program. And we're performing a thorough review to make sure we understand the system impact, if you will, of that interface of the bearing or bushing or however that structure may be assembled.
Mr. Jordan, can you pull up Exhibit 7F, page 10, which is the COSP 2007-0720 presentation? Going back to the questions I had for Dr. Violet on the safety of flight determination, here on the title it says that the bearing failure may cause consequences that lead to potential loss of a load path between the wing and the engine mounting pylon. And I'll note here it says a load path. Mr. Konopask, is that because there's two lugs here and you could crack one, or am I looking too far into the wording?
I'm unable to say. There's no record that explains this statement in that particular word choice.
Okay, Mr. Jordheim, can you go down one page to 11? And at the bottom, at the airplane effect, it says, if left undetected, broken bearing race may damage aft bulkhead lugs. Dr. Violet, in this case, it seems like detection of the broken bearing race is critical to keeping this a not safety item. Is that, am I correct in that understanding with the statement?
Detection of the broken race would be critical to, could you say that again, critical to?
So the statement at the airplane effect said that if left undetected, the broken bearing race may damage aft bulkhead lugs. So to me, when I read this, I see this as if I don't detect it, then I'm going to damage aft bulkhead lugs, which is PSE, principal structural element, which would be a safety of flight condition.
Yes,
So
it says it could damage.
okay, and so the detection of the broken bearing race is critical here to keeping this a not safety item. Would that be an accurate statement? Either for Dr. Violet or Mr. Konopask?
I would say yes, detection and replacement of the bearing to prevent the damage to the lugs.
Mr. Konopask, do you want to add anything?
I'd just like to clarify that the airplane effect statement is the high-level effect that's being examined in this analysis. I can't say for sure what the outcome would be in that situation because there's a lot of variables that we have now come to understand after the accident that ultimately influence the fatigue life of the bulkheads.
All right, thank you. I believe Dr. Wilson has one question.
I didn't say one question. It might be two. Sorry. Okay. Mr. Hirsch, I believe this is for you. And I just want to be clear on the guidelines for repetitive or repeat events. Are they the same today as they were in 2017 and 2020?
We do have an additional chart, if I can find it. if we move to 7 Tango, chart 11. And so if we recall what we read previously, this is a bit of an expansion that now talks about potential safety issues and no safety decision. And so the prior determination exceptions actually carried over into later into the process.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is that we had repeat events in 2017 and 2020 when the cost process was more robust, which I believe is the word that Boeing had used when we had met earlier this year. And so I'm trying to understand, how confident are you that repeat events that are occurring under today's guidelines, even for determinations made under other agreements, would be caught, particularly if there was an escalation in damage?
This particular example that we're using, the decisions that were made in the time were that they expected additional cracks and breaks in the spherical bearing. And with today's knowledge, we understand that the system effect was different, or that they knew, or we just can't find documentation to find that they understand the system effect of these cracked bearings. And so the allowance was per process and expected.
I understand that the initial process, but if there was an event from a different working agreement that was determined to be not safety of flight, and today you're seeing, under the current guidelines, that you're seeing repeat events, is the system going to catch it that there's been an escalation in damage to the structure?
Thank you for the clarification. In the current continued operational working agreement, we do have language that has expectations that the engineering team is looking for repeat events. The data actually says that repeat events should be cost reportable and evaluated.
And then back to my original question was, when was that, how long has that been in effect?
Yeah, I'm sorry, we'll have to provide that to you.
Okay.
I'm not sure where that is in our documentation.
Because what I'd like to know, if that was prior to 2017 or 2020, when we had repeat events that were maybe missed.
We'll have to provide that to you.
Okay, thank you. And I wish that I could remember the exact question. I believe Mr. Deckard had answered this, but he made the comment about additional associated hazards, and I wrote it down and started, but it made me think, just with your process, do you feel that the process as it is today is robust enough to, so a bearing failure comes in, let's say, that the process is robust enough to consider these additional hazards in the cost process?
I think that we have invested heavily in our team, in the training in our team. In 2016 timeframe, we had a mandatory training session on the importance of cost, the evaluations, the criteria, and how to use the system. And it's an annual training that we have now. And so I think that we've invested in our team to bring their skills and their awareness up. And so I have confidence in the team, and we support them with the process.
Thank you.
So now I've got one more for Boeing. Can you talk a little bit about the technology advancements that have occurred that allow us to more reliably analyze these types of failures today versus then?
Yes. So to start, when an event is reported to Boeing, we really take the approach of trying to understand what the root cause is of that event. And typically, if you're looking at a crack, it kind of takes one of two ways, if you will. Could be an anomaly with the manufacturing process, or there could be something related to the loads and the stresses. And so Mr. Crookshanks, if I'm understanding the intent of the question, a lot of what we've done post-accident is around understanding the stress state of the lugs when a bearing outer race fractures. To be more specific, we have invested heavily in finite element modeling to understand the state and the stresses in those lugs over a number of iterations of configuration, because it is a very dynamic state as that outer race begins to fracture and ultimately migrate. And that it's not intuitive without really diving into what's called a solid finite element model, which today is far more available and capable of being performed to help engineers interrogate and ultimately drill down to root cause investigation.
Okay, yeah, thanks. And just clarify for me that those tools weren't really in existence back in the 2007 timeframe, at least not in the fidelity that we have today.
The tools were available to a certain extent. Computing power and capabilities to model obviously has grown significantly since that time. I think to clarify something or build on something that I mentioned is that a finite element model is a mechanism to further understand a change in stress state. And so the bearing failure resulting in that change in stress state in the lugs is not something that was very intuitive or that we have record of it being understood at that time. And so there's no record of the engineers, whether they did or did not use that type of tool at that time to further understand the situation.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Konopas, did Boeing South have a finite element model of the lugs back in 2007?
There was a Nastran finite element model performed at the time of certification by Rohr that ultimately would have been available to the engineers.
Okay. Chairwoman Hamidi, that's the tech panel's questions.
Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Be back at 3:25. All right. Give a couple minutes for a few of our party folks to get back. Okay over there? Yep. All right. We are going to proceed with questions from the parties. Tech panel, you're done for now, right? A pause, right? All right. As before, each party spokesperson will have 5 minutes to question the witnesses. We can have multiple rounds. So this time we're going to go in reverse alphabetical order and start with United Parcel Service, UPS.
Madam Chair, thank you. And I changed my mic out earlier on the break. I want to make sure this is working good and can be heard well. Very good, thank you. I have a question for the FAA, Dr. Violet. Is it correct that what we heard, that damage to the lugs or bore was never evaluated as part of the cost process?
As far as I'm aware, that is correct.
And for Boeing, why was damage to the lugs never communicated to the operators?
We don't have information as to the decision that was made or the records on, apologies, I'm just trying to make eye-to-eye contact with you, sir. We don't have any information or records on the decisions that were made on the information that was provided to the Boeing company. We just don't have any records.
I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Next is STE San Antonio Aerospace.
Madam Chairwoman, we have no questions at this time.
Teamsters.
We have no questions.
Wow. I didn't mean that as a criticism, just that we're moving fast here. Federal Aviation Administration.
Thank you. We do have one. For the FAA team, for Dr. Violet or Mr. Knopp, what confidence level do we have in OEM reporting to the FAA?
We take a lot of care to ensure that the right reports are getting to us. We audit the Boeing COSP program regularly to ensure that they are reporting, their processes are in place to meet the intent of the cost working agreement. So we're confident that they are reporting the reports they are supposed to.
Okay. Thank you. Well, that's all the questions FAA has.
Thank you, Boeing.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. We have no questions.
All right, I'm going to go back through and check UPS.
Give me 1 minute, Madam Chair, to confer with my table.
All right, why don't we come back to you if that's okay?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, STE San Antonio Aerospace.
None at this time.
Teamsters.
No questions.
I will talk slowly because next is the Federal Aviation Administration.
Who also has no questions.
Thank you for speaking slowly. Boing.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, but we don't have any questions at
Look
this
at
time.
that, Captain Smith, everyone tried to help you.
I
It's a
appreciate
team
the-
effort.
It's a team, yes, thank you very much.
Okay, are you ready?
I am.
Awesome.
Would you mind if I ask a question to the UPS gentleman in the back row?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Would you mind if I ask a question to the UPS witnesses in the back row?
No, they're here.
Very good.
You can ask questions to whoever you want.
That's a lot of latitude. Thank you. For UPS, is there an exhibit or anything you can talk through about what UPS knew or didn't know with respect to spherical bearings?
Yes, we have an exhibit to talk through what we knew and what we didn't know as we went through the service letters. So it's our exhibit AA, and it's page 14. The way this slide's laid out is obviously there's a timeline in the middle. What's above it talks about the information we knew as far as the service letter, our finding with the swedge ring damage in 2008, and then the revision in 2011. So what we knew going through the top of the line is obviously in 2008, we got the letter. One operator we had in it was one operator was reporting it in the whole industry. The comment in there was it will not result in a safety of flight condition, which we've already discussed. And then the actions that were in there were really a change to the AMM, which we ended up incorporating in our own AMM later in 2008, in the July 2008 revision. Obviously, we talked a little bit about our swedge ring finding there in green, but then in 2011, we got what we knew is we had the revision to the service letter that had 2 additional reports in it. Same reiteration of not a safety of flight. When you got through it, there was a comment in there that it's the MPD tasks were sufficient. Also, it introduced the new bearing design via the IPC and a rework. One of the things with the IPC is we could continue to use both the old design bearing and the new design bearing. But really, so that's when we went through this process of making decisions, that's what we knew at the time. The key is we get into some of the things we've discussed earlier about what we didn't know. And it's really, starting with the 2002 finding, and it really cascades through here. The bullet points are readable, but the key is that by 2008, there was 3 events that had fractured bearings and damage to the lugs. Two of those 3 instances required full bulkhead replacements. If you haven't seen the actual bulkhead, it's on display in the front of the room. That gives you an idea of a size to go along with the animation that we've seen at the beginning. So we roll out of 2008, the information we didn't know. Obviously, we get to 2011, we're finding out that there's 5 total fractured bearings, 3 are listed in the service letter, and 4 out of those 5 require full bulkhead replacements. So those are items that information that wasn't being conveyed to our team to allow us to challenge or have questions about how did we get here with not a safety flight determination. And then obviously we talk about as we run out through the 2011 to 2025. Once the 2011 Fleet Team Digest and service letter, the communication on this issue basically stopped, but there continue to be findings in the industry, 2 of the 4 requiring full bulkhead replacements. So it illustrates the magnitude of what we talked about earlier before lunch about knowing all the information helps us all make the right decisions.
Thank you. One final question to both Boeing and the FAA. As we sit here today, do we know whether a bearing can fracture or crack but have no migration?
Based on the reports that we have received from the fleet, as we've discussed today, if the bearing fully fractures in the radial direction it has been reported and is expected that the outer race will migrate and protrude from the lug.
Do we know how long that takes to migrate and if that event happens?
I don't have that information. I know that's still part of the ongoing investigation, so I can't speculate.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, I'm just going to go around to make sure. STE, San Antonio Aerospace.
No further questions.
Teamsters.
Yes, I have a question. The maintenance manual you referred to, what would drive you to use that? The maintenance manual for the inspection of the bearing. Mr. Springer.
The AMM is used in two different ways. Obviously, the first way is if there's procedures in the AMM, they can be called out in another document. Typically, the MPD, an MPD task will drive you to an inspection area, or if it's, for example, if it's a lubrication, the MPD will tell you to go to the AMM for lubrication. This particular addition, change to the AMM for the spherical bearing, could be used on condition. The other way to use the AMM is on condition. So if an aircraft maintenance technician finds a discrepancy, opens a fault, a discrepancy, and as we talked earlier, you go into the manual to see if there's anything that can be used to address it. So if you believe you had a defect there, you could go in and pull this procedure and evaluate what was going on in that area.
No further questions.
Okay. FAA.
No questions.
Boeing.
No questions, thank you.
UPS.
No further questions.
All right, just making sure all parties are satisfied right now with questioning. Okay. We will turn to the Board of Inquiry and we'll start with Vice Chairman Graham.
Thank you, Chair. Could you call up Exhibit 7Z, please? The timeline. I want to thank the team for the great questions in this round. I had a couple questions off this timeline that were brought up. The event in October 2008 went to Boeing. It was reported to the FAA via SDR. That was not cost reportable, according to Boeing. Same with February 2009, the one in 2017, and the June 2020. Is that correct? Boeing was not cost reportable?
To the best of our records, it was not reported via COSP.
Yeah, okay. And this is for my clarification. So for the FAA, for the cost agreement at the time, should that have been reportable to you?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Boeing, I got a couple of questions about your cost program. At the time, like 2005 up to 2015, and then the way it is now, if you could maybe answer for both, if it's changed. Who is represented on your safety review board for a cost item? Like what departments do you have is it set up like that you have a representative from certain departments for the voting?
Sure, it's very similar between the two eras. If you specifically look at safety review board, you would have a chief project engineer that would have ultimate board chair. And then there would be several functional leaders that would support the board chair. And the functional leadership would depend on the event. So a structures event would have a structures functional leader. And then commonly today, you'd have a chief pilot, that would join you in the
Chief
process.
pilot, flight. Did you have safety, certification?
Yep.
Quality?
Thanks, sir. For sure, joining the SRB process would be the Airplane Safety Organization. They are the ones that help bring the change through the system, making sure that the right engineering experts are providing oversight and providing input. There will be a responsible engineer, typically out of our design engineering, but can also be service engineering, if they have the functional domain knowledge to represent and then actually pitch at these meetings. So mostly engineering, chief mechanic attends, chief pilot is a voting board member, chief engineer, and then the various functional leaders. Airplane safety is also a board voting member.
Yeah, I think that's important because I was on a cost board at another manufacturer before coming here, and it's understanding that for the public to understand how this is determined. And I assume they have a vote in it, and does it have to be unanimous, or can anyone call it a safety and then it have to be handled from there?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Any one member can declare it to be safety. We attempt to understand as an engineering organization with the pilot to make a decision, but in the end, any one member based on their judgment.
Any one department can hold it up as a safety item.
Any one department can make it a safety issue.
Okay, I think that's important. The public knows that. That's the way mine was too. I'm glad to hear that. Doing the root cause analysis and stuff like that, was there a specific tool you used to determine the hazard level, the highest hazard level?
With respect to structures, I'm going to ask my colleague, Mr. Conabas, to answer that.
I'll be transparent that I'm not an expert in this area, and so I'll speak at a high level with the notion that we will follow up as well with the further details, but there is a risk-based assessment based on what structure it's referring to, the details about the defect itself or the damage that is being evaluated, the likelihood of occurrence, and then generally where it is, or likelihood in the fleet that you would anticipate this happening. And again, we will follow up with the specifics on that.
Okay. Do you use the bow tie analysis to get to the finality?
The bow tie process is part of our SRM process. We have a process that we call RACP, Risk Associated Compliance Time. That we have a process that we work with the FAA. It is not the bow tie. That's part of our SMS.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Member Chapman.
Thank you, Chair. As we've discussed, both the original service letter issued by Boeing in May of 2008 and the revised service letter issued in February of 2011 states specifically that a review of the bearing failure by Boeing determined that it would not result in a safety of flight condition. And likewise, the documents reflecting the Boeing FAA continued operational safety meetings from the 2007 and 2008 timeframe indicate that Boeing conducted a safety review and determined that the bearing failure was not a safety item. How would such a safety review be conducted, and what objective standard or criteria would be applied to determine that a part failure is or is not a safety item?
Yeah, the investigation is performed with the information that's available to them at the time. They look at the top level risk, attempt to understand if the failure that they're seeing and the information that they're seeing is going to threaten the top level risk. And then based on the tools that are available to the team, in this case structures, they come up with an assessment and they would make a recommendation to the safety review board.
And it's the safety review board that makes the final determination?
It is. The recommendation comes in from the technical team and the board makes the decision.
I think I know the answer to this, but I just want to clarify. Was there more than one safety review conducted? In other words, was the safety review referenced in the 2008 and 2011 service letters? Is that an additional review, or was it the same safety review that is referenced in the 2007 and 2008 cost documents?
I'm not sure that the service letters reference a safety review. I think they have a statement that said that it was not safety. And I believe, I don't have any records that there was more than the one safety review board.
So it's likely, but maybe we can't determine definitively, but it's likely that the reference to it not being a safety item in the service letters is probably based upon the assessment that was done a couple of years earlier.
Sorry, likely, I think that's likely possible.
Okay. If a significant part failure or maintenance anomaly were identified today in the current time frame, how would the process for evaluating and tracking it differ, or would it, from what we see reflected historically with respect to this bearing failure?
I'd like to bring up 7T, and it's our slide 7. I think a change that we see here in this process is that the airplane safety engineering team is conducting the COSP and PSI identification, and those trained experts are helping bring the issue through the safety process with their expertise. And so this was a change and is the system that we have today. So a trained group of professionals, and then as it goes through the process and a safety decision is made, yes, we also have the safety lessons learned. And so that requires we document what we learned and attempt to implement changes in our processes, tools, training to prevent this from happening again.
Thank you. Chair, I have a couple of other questions. I'm going to hold them for the next round.
Member DeLue.
How you guys doing? Doing good? All right, time for some questions. I've got a few here. I'd like to ask real quick about the COSP program as far as the inputs. So I used to be in the military, so I know the KC-10 quite well. Didn't fly it, but I refueled off it. They had 59 aircraft. They flew them for 44 years. Did any of the information from the Air Force, does that go into your COSP program? Or is it completely bifurcated and it's a military thing and we don't deal with it?
Do you understand that?
With respect to military derivative aircraft, if the request for support is associated with the commercial side of the airframe or the systems itself, then that would come through the COSP process that we're talking about today. And so there's oftentimes representative of those military programs present in those review boards as well, both technical and safety, to ensure that if there is overlap with any of the military aspects of it, that it's understood what the risk or the hazard is, and then that's taken into consideration for that program.
Okay, because I know that the folks here did a really good job looking into it, but they primarily looked at this part of it. But with the military retiring all those aircraft, did you look back at any records? Was there anything to give you some sort of indication that potentially there was something out there? Or is that because they're retired, we don't look at it anymore?
If there was any documentation, it would be included in the respective database, but I don't believe there's any record that we've been able to find at this time.
Okay, no, that's fair enough. I'd like to pull up the exhibit you mentioned earlier, 7 Tango, 7T, page 10. So I recognize this is an older document and most of you probably were not here when that was written and those rules are engaged, but I'm a little more concerned about the repeat events and the thought process behind it. So without reading the entire paragraph, the last two sentences say repeat events do not need to just be addressed separately as a new item. Last sentence, repeat events are just additional data points. That really bothers me, by the way, because the additional data point is why we're here. So I'd like to go to the next slide, which is slide 11. And you've got an updated one for September 2016. It talks about general guidelines for no safety decision. And it has a lot of similar language. If you look at the last two sentences, repeat events do not need to be addressed separately as a new item. No additional action is required. So, I realize this was almost 10 years ago, but it's the document you're currently using. So I think there's some wisdom from Dr. Volette, who said that probably the severity piece was not included in your risk assessment. And so I'm looking for some comfort here that that has been changed as you go forward.
So I'll just say that The bottom statement is not in the cost working agreement anymore. It's been removed.
So what exactly has been removed? The last sentence?
The bottom, that whole bottom statement
Okay.
is not in there anymore.
So can you provide a copy of the current one? Maybe I missed.
For sure. We can provide a copy
Yeah,
of the current agreement.
go ahead and tell me what it is, because I'm curious.
Well, so that was in an appendix.
Okay.
That is not there anymore. That appendix was removed. It was an appendix specific to the LA office.
Okay.
The LA office doesn't exist anymore. In our new construct, there's one office that oversees all of Boeing, so that appendix wasn't needed.
Okay. So how are we doing with the repeat events then?
So repeat events are reported. They're required to be reported through the cost process,
Okay.
and they're reviewed. And on the FAA side, we create a separate item, and it collects all of the repeated items so that we review them holistically.
So when you get the repeat event, you go back and look at all the events and you look at them as in totality versus a single event each time.
That's correct.
So you feel comfortable and confident that the new process is going to be the way to collect and catch this in the future?
Yeah, we've had examples of repeat events leading to safety decisions after the events happened numerous times. So yes.
Okay. All right. We'll probably have more questions. I see my time's up, but thank you for the clarification on that. I'm trying to make sure that going forward, people that are listening to this hearing here are going to have some comfort that we have addressed what we missed in the past.
For sure.
And I know it's not intentional. We didn't do it intentionally. We're looking back, but we have to have going forward. We can't be back here in 15 years.
Agree.
Okay. Thank you. Back to you, Chairwoman.
Well, I think this was a point actually that I had spoken with staff about. We don't have in the public docket right now, 2022. I'd like to include it because if that has been removed, that needs to be included. We have it on our side, but this is you're speaking to FAA, AIR 520 and Boeing commercial airplanes with original release August 2015, change notice 1, September 2016, change notice 2, October 2022, correct?
Correct. And there's a change notice 3 and a change notice 4.
Oh, do we have change notice 3 and 4?
Those are current. They were updated in the past year. So
we have up to 3.
Okay, well then can we receive, so we have 3.
Yeah, change notice 4 was approved yesterday. So just so we're clear.
Odd timing, that is.
It's odd timing, but it has nothing to do with this investigation.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Thank you. Can we get that and then make sure all of that is in the docket?
You would like change?
I frankly would like all the
of them.
versions on the public docket because it changed over the years. I don't see why we shouldn't. If there are objections from Boeing for something that is really, or FAA, really something that should not be, is a danger, to safety or something to release, we can consider that, but I think they should all be in the docket on the public side.
FAA and Boeing on similar to how we worked our other working agreements. I will work with them and put them in the public docket.
Great. Do you have more? I mean, right now?
I do, but my time's up. It's
Okay, great. I didn't mean great that your time was up.
I know.
Thank you for asking those questions because that was exactly the line I was going to go down. I do have a question. Can you pull up Exhibit 7T as in Tango 10? I do have a question though about just timing of things. So just going through, and Clint, I'm going to give you, and Ellie, going to give you praise for the Structures Group Chairman's factual report, which I find a wealth of information. Just looking at July 2002, a report of a fractured race from Operator 1 that was reported to Boeing was determined, or there was no evidence indicating that the damage was defined and reported as a COSP event. August 2007, no evidence indicating the bearing replacement was defined and reported as a COSP event. September 2007, apparently that's when you decided was the first reported bearing failure, even though we had August 2007 and July 2002, and but then you assigned it a COSP number, but then deemed it not a safety issue, which I'll come back to. July 2008, you determined was not a new item. I assume because of this, because it was, no, put up the exhibit, because it was a repeated event and actively being reviewed at the time is my guess, or it was right before then, I can't remember. October 2008, not a COSP event. February 2009, not a COSP event. March 2017, not a COSP event. June 2020, not a COSP event. September 2020, not a COSP event, or there was no evidence indicating the failure was reported to Boeing, actually, but it was reported to FAA, wasn't a service difficulty report, which we learned in the last panel, everybody gets access to, including Boeing. And then December 2022, nobody got a report of. I guess my question is, and I know that Mr. Hirsch, you said there's no documented information on why these weren't COSP events. Is it possible that you all followed have already been determined to be a not safety issue?
I think my expectation would have been the way that the 2008 event actually occurred, where they declared it not COSP reportable, or sorry, they declared it COSP reportable and then used this criteria to say not a safety issue.
Okay.
I just don't understand why the other items are not reported. We just don't have records.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if that's why items weren't accepted.
I would have, if they used this rationale, they would have already made it COSP reportable and then use this rationale to close it.
Does FAA get everything that's COSP reportable and not COSP reportable?
We see the cost reportable items,
What is the total reporting number?
about 4,000 a year.
No, to Boeing, COSP and not COSP?
I know that the total that come to us is about 10,000 a month.
10,000 a month, and your 4,000 that you get of COSP is what, over a year or a month?
A year.
A year. So you get 10,000 a month, you know, that's quite a number over a year, and then you get a small portion of that. Out of those COSP events, how many are determined to be safety issues generally? Out of the 4,000, half? I can't.
Potential safety issues?
Yep.
Yes, about half, I think, seems.
Are you aware of everyone that's determined to not be a safety issue?
Yes, we receive all 4,000 reports. Half of them are, about half are identified as PSIs and about half are not. We review all 4,000.
So you review all 4,000. How many of the not safety issues have you ever come back to say we disagree? What's generally?
Rare, less than 1%.
Less than 1%. Okay. Okay, I have 19 seconds left, so I'll move to Vice Chairman Graham.
Thank you. Could you call up Exhibit 7Rs in Romeo? While he's doing that, it's a 2005 cost working agreement between the FAA and Boeing South. 7 Romeo. Yeah, go to the next page. Okay, I'll tell you what, you can pull that down. We'll have to dig into it a little farther. One of the first things it says, it's kind of striking to me in the introduction, is there seem to be 3 main purposes or reasons for the agreement, and they're stated this way: Boeing's need to meet regulatory requirements or reporting safety events, FAA's regulatory mandate to oversee management of the costs, and both Boeing and FAA's, and I quote here, need to operate efficiently, end quote. So for the FAA, maybe Dr. Violet, in your view, is the primary purpose of the continued operational safety program safety or efficiency?
The primary purpose is safety, but efficiency actually helps us achieve that by allowing us to focus our efforts on those items that truly are unsafe and dealing more efficiently with those items that are not unsafe or not even potentially unsafe. I believe that's the thinking behind that statement.
Thank you. One of the figures in there also talks in the cost agreements is Boeing only shared a subset of its database with the FAA, which we've been talking about. If you want more data, I'm assuming you can ask for it and get it. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And do you always have access to that data if you want it?
I can't think of a time when we've been unable to get it upon request.
How about, do you have access to those other reports that don't make it to you if you ask for it?
Yeah, we can go look at them.
Okay. Now I want to switch just a little bit and talk about the partnership meetings that occurred under the 2005 cost agreement. And from my read of these meetings, and more specifically how the agenda of these meetings was set, Boeing was almost entirely in charge of setting the agenda because, for a lack of a better term, the FAA didn't know what they knew, what they don't know. Mr. Knapp, is that a mostly accurate description of how the agenda setting went for these meetings, if you're aware, or was the FAA able to proactively analyze data that they were receiving and request other things be put on the agenda?
The FAA could request if an item wasn't listed, what Boeing proposed, the FAA could request to add.
Do you know how often that might have happened back then, or
I do not know.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. And finally, I know the team asked Boeing about how costs integrated into their SMS, being newer SMS, and now with we didn't ask the question of the FAA. How does costs integrate into the FAA's SMS?
I think the cost system, the in-fleet service reports from Boeing and from outside is one way we do safety assurance for the fleet, but it also, we have our own SMS that oversees how our process is working to ensure it is appropriate. So I think the data that we get and the processes we follow ensure that we are appropriately accounting for the risk in the national airspace throughout. So it's a data that feeds into the FAA SMS.
Okay. And I'm hoping it's a continuous improvement process, that it changes over time as you see where there's issues.
That's right. I mean, I think the change in the cost working agreement is evidence that we're, attempting continuous improvement, working specifically with Boeing. And then, as I've mentioned before, we've changed our IT tools as they've advanced to ensure that we progress. And then, if we get into more specific details, we've changed our quantitative risk assessment as we've learned more about that. So that's, the SMS of the FAA kind of feeding continuous improvement.
Great. Good to hear. Thank you.
Member Chapman?
Thank you, Chair. Our team did a good job of covering this subject area, so I don't have more than just a couple of additional questions. I do want to ask, is there an objective standard for determining what constitutes a safety of flight item? And if so, what is that standard?
The FAA has published policy. It's the TARAM Handbook, Transport Airplane Risk Assessment Methodology. It outlines a method for assessing numerical risk, and it sets objective numerical guidelines for what level of risk is considered acceptable for a transport airplane. So in that sense, yes, we do.
So when Boeing conducts a safety assessment, that's the standard that they'll apply?
That is the standard that the FAA applies. Boeing has slightly different criteria. Once they have determined an item is a safety issue using their own criteria. They supply us with a TRAM for our review to help support our own safety process.
I see. And what is the Boeing standard and how does it differ, or does it differ from FAA standard?
I'm not able to point out a distinct difference between the FAA standard or the Boeing standard. We would have to take that action to find that detail. As Dr. Violet said, we do perform our analysis and then also conduct a TRAM, which is the FAA analysis, and provide both to the FAA.
And the FAA standard that's a policy document. That's not a regulatory document. Is that right?
That is correct. That establishes what level of risk the FAA by policy is willing to accept.
And for Boeing, how much is Boeing's assessment influenced by the FAA standard?
Oh, I think they're independent. We've developed our own safety process and standards over the course of our experience, and we go through our disposition and make our determination, and we also follow the FAA process. So maybe sharing of best practices over a generation, but we run ours independently.
So that's a standard that's evolved as a result of Boeing's experience and expertise?
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you. No more questions, Chair. Thanks.
Member DeLue.
Thank you, Chair. So can you clarify a little bit for me, first the FAA, you use the term unsafe condition. Is that right? Can you verify that?
That is correct.
Okay, unsafe. And Boeing uses a different term, which is not a safety of flight.
Safety issue.
Safety issue. So there's two different terminologies. And you said occasionally there's a bit of a disagreement. How often is that as far as the classification goes?
If you look at those items that one or the other of us have called a safety issue / unsafe condition, we're in agreement 90% of the time. The other
Did you say 90? Was that 90?
90%. The other 10%, roughly, it varies from year to year, but roughly. The other 10% of the time, one side called it unsafe and the other side did not. But that's just looking at the things, the small subset of cost items that turn out to be unsafe. If you look at all the things that we agreed were potential safety issues, but not actually unsafe, and even beyond that, all the things that were not even potential safety issues, that's a huge number that far outweighs the number of safety issues or unsafe conditions.
Okay, so to follow up a little bit what the chair had asked, Boeing said you got about 120,000 reports a year, and it boils down to about 4,000 that go into COSP. And of the 4,000, 2,000 are deemed a potential safety issue. And you say about 10 to 15 become ADs, roughly?
Yeah, I believe it's 50 to 100 in that range.
50 to 100.
Again, it varies from year to year.
No, I get that. So, but I think that, so obviously some things are working very well because you do come out with ADs, and so that system is working, but we are missing some stuff. So I think the issue that I have a little bit is, I mean, with a car, you put motor mounts on a car, if motor mount breaks, you report it to the manufacturer, and there's a recall fairly quickly, to be honest with you, because motor mounts don't break. That's supposed to. But here you have something that's like a safety of flight issue pretty much. We figured that out at this point. So my concern though is all those reports you had before and airplanes that are flying that are certified 10, 15 years ago. And I know that Dr. Wilson asked the question, do we have a pretty good comfort that we're going to go back and look at those? Because a lot of these things that were never accepted, they were considered safe to fly. It was not a safety issue. They could be out there, and that could be our next accident down the road here. So how are we, and I'm not saying we, just NTSB, we got some leaders in the industry here between the FAA and Boeing. How are we going to get that so we're not going to worry about that? Because I don't think we're there yet, are we?
Yeah. Are we there yet? Meaning, are we perfectly safe? No, I would agree we're not.
Okay.
We have taken steps to improve. we've talked about the timeline in terms of the FAA-Boeing cost working agreement. The FAA had a major step forward in 2010 when we published our Monitor Safety Analyze Data Order 8110.107, currently revision B. So in 2010, we had a big step forward in the way we do our cost process. That really defined our cost process, that document, and we continue to use that today. Mr. Knopp has mentioned some of the oversight activities we do now in reviewing and auditing the Boeing cost reports, and even to some extent the P cost, the potential cost items. So I do think we're in a better place than we were back in 2007 timeframe.
I guess, so let me just follow up a little bit. Got a minute left. You said 2010. That's 16 years ago. And we've had this accident, and I know we're at the hearing, but what are we doing right now? What is the FAA, and I'll have to put Boeing on the spot too, what are we doing right now to go back and check? Because there's other stuff that we maybe haven't picked up yet. I don't want to wait for the investigation to be done in 7 months from now and say, now we're going to do stuff. What are you doing right now to go look to see what's out there in the system?
We've talked about some of the tracking and trending. As I mentioned earlier, I think it also has to do with correctly assessing the hazard posed by a particular event. In this case, it was understood that the bearing was breaking, the race was migrating. That might lead to failure eventually in the lug, but the lug was designed to be fail-safe so that one side could fail and the other would continue to take the load. And the failure of that one lug would be very visible and very obvious and much easier to detect. The actual way things played out was not the way it was understood. So that is also an important aspect of this.
Okay, I'll follow up with Boeing at my next, gives you some time to think about it. Thanks.
Well, actually, I'm going to follow up on that, if
Okay,
you don't
thank you.
mind.
Please do.
Because, you know, I think that's important. There was testing analysis done years ago that led to you all determining this was not a safety issue. What Member DeLu is asking and what we're all wondering is how many other components are out there that were determined to be not a safety issue that are actually a safety issue because assumptions were made from analysis from years ago that we should go back and look at. Like, what's the next UPS crash? What if the next one occurs? So are you going back and looking at all those other times where Boeing determined, and you signed along with, that it was determined not to be a safety issue? Maybe you should take a look at those again.
I think the first step is Boeing is required to do a cross-model safety review board, and they're working on that. I think Justin had mentioned that previously. And that would identify if this issue translates to other Boeing models. And that is the first step in our investigation to understand if there are other instances of this issue in other aircraft that we monitor from a continuing operational safety perspective. So that's the first step in kind of doing what the ask is here, right? Is in understanding if this failure mechanism is apparent anywhere else. So that's ongoing.
Outside of this bearing issue. We're not just focused on this issue. We are looking more broadly. You have 120,000 reports coming in annually of potential safety issues, 4,000 of which become COSP events. And then let me just ask one more time. So what happens to the other, hold on, what happens to the other 116,000? Do you know about them, or does Boeing just close those and say, we've determined they're not potential safety issues?
Well,
that's for Boeing.
What we do is we'll mark them as PCOSP no, which means that they're not potentially COSP reportable. And those types of interactions would be like simple repairs or troubleshooting that we have with the fleet. And so that's how we mark them internally with our process.
And does FAA have access to those other 116,000?
If they request, absolutely.
If they request it. Is it in a database where they could look at, or you have to know what's there and then request it?
What we provide are anything that we mark as potentially cost reportable. That goes into the system. So
the other 116,000, are they in a database, or do they have to know what to request?
the FAA would have to request it. It's in a database that we have, Boeing communication system.
And then they would have to know what to request?
Yes.
Okay. So they don't have access to that. That's yours.
They would have to request it, yes.
So let me just actually back up a little bit. And we're going to come back to this because I think we all have a lot of questions on this. I want to actually understand, how do you know on screening initially when they come in that those screening reports are flagging the right potential safety issues?
Madam Chairwoman, if I understand, we have a team of individuals, our service engineering team primarily, that have screening criteria. And we've trained them, and we train them annually on how to apply it. And so that is how we process.
Okay, and can I just have a little leeway to finish this? And so the reason I'm asking is the Seattle Aircraft Certification Office and Boeing Commercial Airplanes had a working agreement dated October 1st, 1999 with revisions in 01, 04, and 2011, which stated that incoming data would be initially screened by Boeing Service Engineering, Quality Assurance, Flight Test Engineering, Liaison Engineering, Flight Crew Operations, and Air Safety Investigations, who may forward event reports to the Safety and Airworthiness Organization for further review. You went on to state Boeing specialists screening the incoming reports will have sufficient airplane design knowledge and experience to make accurate determinations using the reporting criteria. The screening guidelines in the 05 working agreement for the LA Certification Office and the Boeing Commercial Airplanes Long Beach Division are different in that the first screen was to be used by quote unquote non-technical personnel. We're not talking about now, we're talking about before, between 05 and 14. In helping to find potential safety issues. It states, first of all, it states the vast majority of the items that meet these guidelines will not be safety issues. Can I suggest never repeating that? That just leads people to believe, you know what? Vast majority are not safety issues. Maybe we should just categorize them as not safety issues. There's no reason for that to be in any agreement. But that's what it says. And then it goes on to say the guidelines are simply screens to help non-technical personnel weed out very obvious non-safety items. If an event or issue of concern does not neatly fall into any of the specific categories, evaluate it with the guidelines, and if there's a potential that it meets one of those guidelines, accept it for further review. And then I looked at the safety decision guidelines. I mean, I don't know who are those non-technical personnel between 05 and 2014?
Well, I think that our process changed in 2007, where we had our service engineering managers and service engineers that were performing that assessment. And so I think in 07, we implemented a different way to execute the continued operational safety program. If we go backwards, we had an in-service safety team. And so the way I understand it, the incident review team, pulled messages from the day and did an assessment and then provided it to a technical team of things that they had seen. And then that technical team 20 years ago performed their review of whether or not it was an incident.
In accordance with the safety decision guidelines, which are airplane safety is a potentially catastrophic, personal safety or other, this checklist?
I believe that's accurate.
Okay. All right, I'm well over time. So Vice Chairman Graham, Member Chapman, Member DeLue.
No, I'm good.
Okay, well, we still didn't get our question answered. So I'm going to go back to it if you,
Well,
unless you want to try it.
No, I think Chairwoman Hamady asked the question in a much succinct or better way than maybe I did. But at the end of the day, I think that the 116,000 that were not cost, but we're talking just for 1 year. So we go back 3 or 4 years, we're talking, that's a lot, that's a big number, 600,000-700,000. Are we going to go back at those 600,000 or 700,000? It's impossible for humans, but we have this new technology my kids tell me about called AI. Do we have that kind of, are we going to be doing this? I mean, as a group, are we going to start, and look, we have the tools now that we didn't have 5 years ago, but now that we've identified it, and I'm with the rest of the board members here, we're not talking about this bearing anymore. We're talking about the rest of the world out there with all the other moving parts that maybe there was reports made that are sitting there right now we need to look at, because we don't want to be back here in 5-10 years again and saying, shoot, we missed the mark here. So we need confidence. This whole team, everybody here needs confidence that we're going to be doing that, whether it's these AI tools my kids tell me about, but I know they're out there. Boing.
Yes, sir. We are reviewing, as my colleague said, the spherical bearing related type installations. That'll be part of our safety lessons learned. And then if there's, as part of that safety lessons learned, I would expect recommendations that would come out as part of that process that will work with the FAA. I can't anticipate what they'll be. What we are doing now is we are training our team to be better familiar with cost criteria. And then we've also improved our tracking and ensuring that repeated events are making it into the trend analysis.
Okay. I may have another question for you, but I'll yield the time back to Chairwoman Hamady then.
Well, I think FAA stated that there's a process in place to ensure accurate reporting, and sounds like now there's this process to look back. You stated you were confident in that. UPS, are you confident that another accident would occur? Are you confident it wouldn't occur, that we've captured?
No. The reason why is we rely on the FAA and Boeing's determination of what safety level, hence the level of risk, that rolls into the service document, whether that's a service letter, service bulletin, or in a case of it being classified as safety, an alert service bulletin. So those are the inputs that come into our system. When they have the appropriate level of safety determination, that drives our priorities.
Yeah. Who has the final authority to determine whether an unsafe condition exists?
In the current construct, that is my...
Throughout, from 2002 on.
Well, the chairman of the Corrective Action Review Board would have that. In the current construct, that's myself and Dr. Violet or another person.
How about organization?
The FAA.
Always.
Always.
And so for the MD-11 pylon aft mount bearing, what was FAA's own safety determination and how was that made? How did you evaluate Boeing's decision?
So what we can tell from the documentation that we have is that since there isn't any note that we disagreed with the not safety SRB that was presented in the partnership meeting exhibits, is that we agreed with the not safety determination at the time in 2008.
Which is why we're asking how many others could be out there.
Understand.
Yep. All right, Vice Chairman Graham.
No further questions.
Member Chapman.
I have one
Member
more.
DeLue.
switching just a little bit of rules then, make sure I got the right terminology, but instead of the aft bearing, let's talk about the forward bearing, the other touch point. Do we have any issues with that? Have we looked back at all? Have you ever going to receive, is there a cost ever received on the forward bearing?
As part of our efforts post-accident, we did thoroughly review all pylon structure attach points, including the forward bearing, the forward bulkhead in both attachments there. To put into context our approach with respect to, actually, let me complete that statement first. There is, I believe, COSP report that we have found, and we can clarify it's been documented as such and is currently navigating through our safety review board. But we are currently evaluating it, and I don't want to speculate in terms of the outcome there, but it is properly navigating through our safety review board to determine the root cause and understanding. I can't recall exactly what it was, the type of report that we received. As part of the overall process for what we learned on the pylon aft bulkhead, as I mentioned, we have taken the approach for all spherical bearings of similar design and all back-to-back structure lugs accordingly. And one of the key differences about the forward bulkhead versus the aft bulkhead is the entirety of that structure is fastened together. And that's one of the distinct difference here that gives us confidence in that pylon structure today. We are taking an approach of reviewing tens of thousands of these across all 7 series models, regardless of if it's pylon structure or not, all over the airframe. And so we have a very focused effort with the subject matter experts that are intimately familiar with these aircraft to narrow down our focus and understand where to look first. Additionally, we are using tools and technologies such as machine learning and artificial intelligence to cast a broader net, and that brings up the magnitude in the order of hundreds of thousands to start bringing in any sort of nomenclature, taxonomy, keywords that could be remotely tied to this type of design to ensure that we are confident that we are addressing all models and all locations.
Okay, and how about the thrust mount, the thrust bearing, the thrust, same thing?
Yes, same thing. It has been thoroughly evaluated.
So what you said to me, which was perfect, that you did this after the accident.
That is correct.
Okay. My concern is I get that piece, but you only did it after the accident. So the concern up here, I think for a lot of people is I get it, those, but what about all the other ones? That's why we're saying you went back and looked at the forward mount. Is there anything else? What we're saying is there's other things out there that are in your cost system that need to be mined. They gotta, I think the term they use now is a data pool or data lake or something like that. But in any case, we need to start mining that data because you have a lot of data out there. And I want to make sure that we have an opportunity as an industry to improve safety, to look back at that. You've got reports out there. And I applaud you looking at the forward and the thrust mounts, but there's a whole lot more out there we should be probably looking at. That's basically my concern.
I understand the concern, and we are committed to aviation safety and take any recommendation from this board very seriously.
Thank you. Thank you for your response.
I just have one more question. The lugs were defined or determined to be principal structural elements, correct?
That's correct.
The spherical bearing was not.
That's correct.
Today, is the spherical bearing a principal structural element?
No, it's not.
Okay. Why? And I'm just going to read the definition. An element that contributes significantly to the carrying of flight, ground, or pressurization loads and is essential in maintaining the overall structural integrity of the airplane. If a bearing fails, if it fractures, it fails, the lugs can fail. You had an entire accident, so why not change it?
Yes, I acknowledge the statement, and I think I want to address it by stating that whether it's primary or principal structural element, the analysis and the approach that we take to ensure that that structure maintains intact or has a proper maintenance program associated with it is irrespective of classification in that manner. The static, fatigue, and respective damage tolerance analysis would take place. to classify it as a principal structural element and furthermore place it in the airworthiness limitation instructions, the AOI. The AOI requires a maintenance program, and the bearing as itself, and you can see visibly there, is contained within the bulkhead, and an inspection of the outer race and the location where it could potentially crack is not feasible with that aircraft on wing. And so it wouldn't be appropriate to place that type of inspection procedure and classify it as a principal structural element in the AOI in that situation. But nevertheless, the analysis associated with the bearing that we have today is fully encompassing, regardless if it's primary or a principal structural element.
Yeah, except what led to the determination of not a safety issue was, one, the bearing failure will not cause a lug joint failure. Two, the MD-11 pylon aft bulkhead lug pair is a principal structural element, and crack analysis showed practically no crack growth. So, I mean, you're basically saying the lugs were fail-safe, and the bearing would not have, even if it failed, the second lug would have kept it in place and would have been fine. But, or the loads would have been distributed evenly still. That did not occur. So I just don't understand why you don't change it, given what happened.
And apologies, I should have continued with my statement here. The bearing today actually has a life limit. And that's part of what we have prescribed.
Which is the 4,000?
Correct, yes. And so the entire approach today to support that principal structural element being the lugs is now revolving around that life limit of the bearing, ensuring that that bearing stays intact for that 4,000 flights. And we do have a follow-on maintenance program as well, prescribing multiple inspection that the operators will take on prior to reaching that 4,000 flight cycles.
Any other questions? Yep, go ahead, Member DeLue.
I do. I was trying to look for the definition that Dr. Violetta put up there. Do you happen to know what exhibit you had for that, which is described, what considered primary safety of flight?
You're looking for primary structure?
Yeah.
That was in 7V.
Can we pull to that, please?
I believe it's on the last page, yeah.
Yeah, can you go up one more? Yeah. So we're talking about, we're talking about what we consider primary structure. And you had a definition, I even looked at the word homologous that you included on there. Do you have that slide also? Do you know what that one was? Right there, perfect.
Autogenous.
So I'm looking at your unified current here. You've got any self-homogeneous, you got it defined down here. Malfunction, defect, failure, including fatigue, cracking. That sounds like I've heard that word. Understrength, corrosion, contamination. I guess in my background, I'm not trying to be mean about it, but as a pilot, I got to be honest with you, that seems like a primary safety of flight issue. And I think it's been proven here. So what my concern is if this is not considered a safety flight issue, I don't have time to go through all of them that are not, but I think that's where there's some concern. So that, do we need to kind of look at to see what is considered a safety of flight issue? Maybe the definition needs to be looked at a little bit closer. So I think there's a number of people who would probably agree with us that that probably should have been a safety of flight issue. That maybe not just by the likelihood, but by the severity alone, using your own risk matrix. It's not a question. I'm challenging you a little bit.
But I mean, this is the cost. This is what's required to be reported. So Boeing's required to report primary and PSE. Like they should report primary and PSE stuff to the FAA.
Okay.
So either one, whether it's considered a PSE or not, if they have those damage, malfunction, defect, it should be reported.
Okay. But then we've already determined that that particular spherical bearing was not a safety of flight issue. Correct?
Yeah, that's the determination in 2008.
Okay. Well, now we only the change, if I understand, that came out with the new AD was just an increase of inspection times, correct? Have they remanufactured the spherical ball? It's the same ball, right?
I mean, new bearings will be installed and it's treated like a PSE in the fact that it has repeat inspections and a replacement limit.
Okay.
So that's how it's treated in the return to service.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for your time. I know there's some difficult questions. I just think we want to feel like we're making safety better and we're improving it. We don't want to just keep the old definitions. If we have to tweak them a little bit, and there's things that are on airplanes that maybe they should be primary safety flight. I think if you ask pilots, the definition would be probably different than what you would think, possibly, but different perspective of where you sit, I guess. All right. Thank you. No more questions.
Great, and not to keep going, but the safety decision guidelines that were in, and we don't have the most recent costs with change 4, but the one that was in the 2014 that had the safety decision guidelines with the check the box, yes, no, supporting data for the first screen, that is not in the current one?
That's correct.
Okay, great. I only ask because it refers to principal structural element. That's why I'm asking. Thank you. All right, back to the technical team.
Thanks so much. I have a few questions. A little bit of clarification. Mr. Hirsch, I heard a couple of different numbers that you gave us about the number of reports that Boeing gets monthly. We heard 10,000 and I also heard 14,000. So I just want to clarify, were we talking about different things or what is the number?
If I said both numbers, I'm mistaken. It's about 14,000
Per month?
per month.
Okay. And then just to clarify, it's 4,000 of those have a cost per year?
Yes, we get about 4,000 cost items from Boeing a year,
Okay.
about.
Okay. And 2,000 of those are unsafe? No.
No, potential safety issues.
Potential safety issues. And then 10%, maybe there's a disagreement?
Yeah, about 10% that go to a FAA Corrective Action Review Board are items that we might disagree with Boeing on.
Okay, and I just want to clarify because at one point you said something about 1%, but what was
So
that referring to?
That's 10% of those items that either Boeing or the FAA has determined are a safety issue, not reportable, not potential safety, a actual safety issue or an unsafe condition.
Sorry, the 1%, if I may, I
Please.
believe the 1% were representative of the ones you may disagree with Boeing on.
The 1%
Okay.
is the items that are not considered potential safety issues from Boeing that the FAA reviews and says they are potential safety issues, and we take them to our Corrective Action Review Board. Yes.
Okay. 10%, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure. So Dr. Violet, the 10% that you mentioned is what?
So we end up with somewhere around 50 to 100 airworthiness directives per year. That's where the FAA has found an unsafe condition.
Okay.
Of those, roughly 90%, Boeing also found them to be a safety issue. Once in a while, we get an agreement that goes disagreement that goes the other way. Boeing has identified a safety issue that we find not to be unsafe. That's also included in the 10%, but that's less frequent.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. There was a lot of numbers and months and years, and it was, just wanted to make sure that we had it accurately. So either way, that's a lot of events that are coming in. So I know that Boeing, you mentioned, you have a service engineering team of about 1,000, you said, correct?
That's accurate.
FAA, what is the number of personnel that you have that are working on these issues?
The branch that's responsible is about 60 individuals. I would say we get support from outside of our branch to do this. So it would be probably 100 or so people that are pretty much dedicated to reviewing Boeing safety.
So I'll ask of both Boeing and FAA, do you feel that the number of personnel that you have is adequate for the number of reports that you get?
We are trying to hire more people. So I think we feel pretty good about the staffing level we are at. We are trying to hire more people.
Yeah, we feel good about our staffing levels. We need to improve the system that supports our team so that the data is easier for them to review.
Going back to the 4,000 a year, 2,000, and then we get to the 2,000, which are potential safety issues. Which ones of those reports go to the SRB, the Boeing Safety Review Board? Which ones are covered under that?
Well, the PSI yes, no, which was the 2,000 number, all of those go to SRBs. And this is across all models. This would be from 707 to 787, and the Long Beach model is included. And so it's 7-8 different SRBs that will see that information.
Okay, so there's a different SRB for every fleet?
Every fleet has its own SRB.
Okay, and
the out of production, I think, might be blended.
Okay, and how often do they meet?
Weekly, if not more frequently. The SRBs meet on an urgent basis, sometimes in hours, if necessary, to bring people together to make a decision. But there is a weekly scheduled meeting for sure.
And how many reports do you think they're reviewing at each of those meetings?
Oh, it'll vary by fleet and by what's happening. So it can be 2, it can be 7 or 8. Sometimes these are 5-6 hour meetings.
Okay. And is that the same for the partnership meeting? The same, it could be 2 to 7 that would be shared at a partnership meeting, or is it different?
Well, my experience with the partnership meeting is that there's quite a few more potential safety items that are being discussed as things mature through the system. So it could be, a couple dozen.
How long
Brian, is that accurate?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's reasonable. It's very dependent on the model and the number of cost reports. So, but yeah, it varies.
How long do those meetings last?
They're 2 hours to half a day, or longer if needed. As long as they really need to last is kind of how long they last.
Changing gears a little bit, the bearing. Is this bearing on other aircraft as well?
No, this bearing is not on other aircraft.
Okay. And then I had a clarification for you, Mr. Hirsch. Member Graham Vice Chairman Graham had asked you about the bow tie model, and you said that that's a part of the SMS SRM. And then you said a risk assessment that you use under the cost process, but I didn't catch the name.
Yeah, sorry, I rushed the acronym. It's the Risk Associated Compliance Program. It's the Boeing model on how we perform our analysis and determine if it's a safety issue, the time frame that would be required to mitigate the issue.
Is the risk assessment model, is that something that was developed in-house by Boeing?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a follow-up question based on a question asked by member DeLue. FAA, do CFRs apply to military derivatives of commercial aircraft?
It depends, I guess, but yes, we get reports for the commercially certificated part of a military derivative aircraft. So if you look at the KC-46, it is a 7672C. That was an amended TC. So we get cost reports related to that portion of the airframe, which is the majority of it. The only parts we don't are the military-specific additions to the KC-46. Is that a helpful example?
Do the CFRs apply though?
Yes, Boeing is required to report cost reports on the certificated portion of the airframe.
Could you be more specific about which CFRs? Because they're not operating Part 121.
Understood. For example, we saw in the Boeing safety action that had a letter that was approved by your office that the corrective action applied to the KC-10. And I was just wondering, does Part 20 or does Part 39, which is an AD, apply to a military derivative?
When it is operating for the military, it is not an N-registered, domestic registered aircraft. However, if that aircraft subsequently leaves the military and is sold as surplus to a commercial operator, then it would be, the AD would apply at that time.
Okay, so under military operation, it would not apply. Under civilian operation, it would.
Correct. However, I believe the military is tied in and is aware of our ADs and may choose to take their own action.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Knopp, you had mentioned earlier about FAA audits of the Boeing cost process.
Yes.
When did those start?
I believe they started in 2018. They are part of our ODA oversight, so our oversight of Boeing's ODA, and we continue those now. We continue to do audits of the Boeing cost process.
And is it your office that does the audit or a different office?
It is not my branch but it's within the division, the Integrated Certificate Management Division that does those audits. So it's folks we're familiar with, yes.
And what are the elements of this audit?
I don't know all the elements. The audit itself is of the whole ODA. So the cost process is one portion of the audit. And so I do not know off the top of my head all the parts of the audit, but parts of the cost process have been included since at least 2018.
And do you know how often these occur, the audits?
Previously, they were done every 2 years as part of the Delegation Oversight Inspection Program. The FAA has a new order for ODA oversight, so our auditing will be less time-based and more risk-based oversight of the ODA.
Has this auditing increased, to your knowledge, after this accident, the frequency?
I would say auditing has increased substantially for other reasons, not necessarily just this accident since 2020.
Okay. Do you know if these audits look at that filter criteria, whether or not a repetitive event is either a cost reportable or something that is cost reportable is actually getting a cost identifier versus not going through costs at all?
I believe we sample some of the data to ensure that the samples we look at are being reported properly. And we also look at the process documentation that Boeing has for their cost process to ensure they're following that documentation, and that documentation is auditable, so we can look at it in the future.
So can you tell me a little bit about how that feedback from the audit gets back to your office for action?
Oh, for sure. So it wouldn't be, we work with that branch who does the oversight to what ends up developing is Boeing will develop corrective action plans, and our engineers in our branch would review those corrective action plans with the engineers doing oversight to ensure that they're taking the proper steps to support improvement in the cost process.
Thank you. Just one more. So the September 2017 and the June 2020 reports of the bearing fracture migration, those had notable lug damage. And again, the lugs are PSEs. So given that those were not reported, or those were reported to Boeing, but they were not cost items or accepted as costs, so they were not reported to the FAA, correct?
Correct. They were not reported to the FAA.
And the FAA would need that report to truly understand what the problem is.
Yes, if you look at the SDR data that was reported and compare that to the data presented in Exhibit 7F that Boeing had, we really need the data that Boeing had to understand the issue. Yes.
So if that SDR report had information about the deformed or damaged lugs, what would FAA do if Boeing didn't report that as a cost item,
well,
but the SDR did?
Correct. I mean, we would ask Boeing about it to understand why it wasn't cost reported if we had seen that SDR and it identified, I mean, 3 of the SDRs identified a migrated bearing, which isn't necessarily a fractured bearing or a broken bearing. If the SDR had identified deformation of the lugs or damage to the lugs, then we would ask Boeing if they'd gotten this report to understand.
And in that scenario, if Boeing just referred back to 2007-0720 costs, do you believe your office would ask them to reanalyze that?
Yes. I mean, given the agreement we have in place now, damaged lugs or deformed lugs or obviously a crack in the lug would be new information that would be required to be both reported and reanalyzed.
Chairwoman Hamady, that's the tech panel's follow-up. Thank you.
Board of Inquiry, okay? I do want to make sure the parties are okay because there were a lot of rounds. We'll go through it one more time. Boeing. And then if tech panel has any follow-up to them, Boeing.
Just one question for Mr. Conapass to clarify the record. For clarity of the record, is the same bearing used in the MD-10 or the DC-10 when you were talking about where was the Boeing from the MD-11 design used elsewhere?
Yes, just to clarify the record, thank you for that question. The bearing installed in the MD-10 and the DC-10 has a dry film lubrication on it. That was part of the initial design. The manual lubrication bearing, the -1 bearing, as we know today in the MD-11, was available to that fleet as a retrofit option, available, I believe, starting in 1991.
Thank you.
Federal Aviation Administration.
FAA has no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Teamsters.
No questions.
STE San Antonio Aerospace.
No questions.
UPS.
Yes, UPS has one question to the FAA. Mr. Knopp, you were talking about deformation of lugs and damaged bores. So if the FAA would have knew about the deformed lugs and damaged bores, would the FAA have issued an AD on the MD-11?
It's hard to know what we would have done. I think it should have, what I can say factually is it should have been reported, and it would have called into question the causal chain that was in the 2007-0720 SRB and would have caused Boeing and the FAA to reanalyze it. And I mean, we would have, something different would have come out of that, so.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right. Back to nothing over there. Okay. We are going to take a 10-minute, 15-minute break, 5:15. We'll be back. Okay. I know we're running behind. Thank you for your patience. Just want to make, it's an important investigation, so don't want to rush anyone and want to make sure everyone has their questions answered. I will turn things over to Mr. Shin to introduce the topics for the next round of testimony and get us started.
Thank you. This section will focus on communications to operators after continued operational safety determinations are completed. Specifically, we will question the witnesses about the following: the Federal Aviation Administration and Boeing's processes for developing communications after continued operational safety determinations, and UPS's processes for evaluating communications from the Federal Aviation Administration and Boeing. The witnesses and technical panels remain the same. Witnesses were sworn in this morning and remain under oath until the conclusion of this hearing. I'll now hand it over to Mr. Crookshanks.
Thank you. So my first questions are for the FAA. What kind of documents can be generated by the FAA to either inform operators or manufacturers of issues, request information, or mandate action?
So I'll start with that last one first, if I may. The Airworthiness Directive will mandate corrective action, and it will specify to which aircraft or parts or products more generally, could be engines, propellers, what is the applicability of the AD, the Airworthiness Directive, and it will state specific actions that need to take place. For example, inspections, modifications, software update, as appropriate to the issue, and it will give a compliance time by which that action must be completed. So that's what we use for an unsafe condition. That's in 14 CFR 39.5 says, when does the FAA issue an airworthiness directive? That's what we do when we have an unsafe condition. If there is an item that is not an unsafe condition, but we think we may receive from some safety benefit by bringing it to people's attention, excuse me, we can issue an SAIB, a Special Airworthiness Information Bulletin. This is not mandatory. It may recommend actions. It may call attention to an issue, but it is for items, again, that we have not identified as unsafe, but where we feel there may be some safety benefit from calling attention to them. In terms of requesting information, we do have a process called an airworthiness concern sheet that we could send out to owners, operators, requesting, saying, hey, we think we may have a safety concern about this particular part on this airplane. Can you tell us what you know about it? Have you seen any issues with this particular part? We tend to use that more often in general aviation than we do in transport airplanes, but it is a tool that we have at our disposal.
Okay, and I think you touched on this, but the type of document really defines the criticality of that, an AD being mandatory, so that's a critical issue, and then working down the line to an SAIB or a airworthiness concern sheet. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. For which of those types of documents would you meet with a manufacturer to help develop that? All of them, some of them?
With an airworthiness, well, quite likely all of them. With an airworthiness directive, we don't consult with the manufacturer on the specific wording of the AD, but most often we point to the manufacturer's service bulletin or service information more generally, and we work with them on that to help us understand what is the applicability, where, what products are affected by this issue, what is the root cause, and what needs to be done about it to keep the fleet safe. So we work very closely with the manufacturer in developing that understanding. SAIB, we also would most likely be in communication with the manufacturer, particularly if there's a recommended action. Airworthiness concern sheet, as I said, we don't use quite so much in transport airplanes. It may be for a situation where we have a general aviation manufacturer that doesn't have as much information about what's happening in their fleet as, for example, Boeing does. So we may be going to the owners and operators directly to find out what they know.
Would an airworthiness directive typically come out of a COSP process?
Yes.
Okay. And then what communications do you have with foreign authorities, other regulatory authorities around the world, and foreign operators that may be flying into the United States?
We'll take the foreign authorities first. They do receive a copy of our airworthiness directives, including the notice of proposed rulemaking. Most of our ADs go out for public comment before they are finalized. And so the foreign authorities can see that and get a heads up that, hey, we're planning to issue this airworthiness directive, just the way other members of the public, the operators, everyone else gets similar notice. So they're aware of our ADs. We have bilateral international agreements with the foreign authorities, so that when the state of design, for example, the FAA for Boeing products, EASA in Europe for Airbus products, when the state of design issues an airworthiness directive, the other authorities, civil aviation authorities, will issue similar actions. We also have an ability to send messages directly to the foreign authorities, either if it's a very small issue limited to a few airplanes. I know of a case where we just sent 2 letters, one to each of 2 individual foreign authorities. But we also have a CANIC, which is not 100% sure of the acronym. I believe it's a continued airworthiness notification to the international community, which alerts them when we have an urgent airworthiness directive is when we typically will use that. We'll send out the CANIC immediately before we issue an immediately adopted rule or an emergency AD. Those are types of ADs that do not go out for public comment. So we want to give our counterparts around the globe a heads up about the action we're about to take.
I'll just add that additionally, we have ongoing communications with many of our foreign authority partners so that if they get reports in their region or, country, their area of authority, they'll reach out to us to let us know and ask if we can investigate them. So that's I don't think that's reasonably new, but that is ongoing.
Okay. So how does the FAA monitor or validate the information that has gone out there, say in an AD or an SIB? How do you get feedback from those communication vehicles?
Again, before the AD is finalized, we receive public comment, and we do sometimes make changes to our planned AD in response to those comments. So definitely we encourage the public to read the NPRM and give us comments. I'm sorry, I've lost my train of thought. Could you repeat?
Just looking for how you monitor or validate the information that has been published in an AD and SIB, that kind of thing, and how you get the feedback from that.
Right. Sometimes we receive a request for an alternative method of compliance, also known as an AMOC. So if an operator finds they're unable to do the AD as written, as do the actions as required in the AD, they will need to come to us to get an AMOC to be able to do something else. And one example would be if they already have a repair in an area that the AD says they must go inspect, they're unable to do that inspection that's called out in the AD. They have to come to us with a proposal for what they're going to do instead. So that's one way we can get information about what's happening in the fleet. The other is honestly our cost process. If things are not going as planned, we will hear about it through the cost system and we will reevaluate. We do sometimes supersede our ADs based on what we've heard from the fleet. Once in a while, if we know there is significant uncertainty about what's out there in the fleet, we will include a reporting requirement for the operator to report back to us if they find something, cracks or other damage in the fleet, so that we have a better picture of what's happening in the fleet, and we may adjust, supersede the AD to adjust our action or our compliance time accordingly.
Okay, so for this particular accident, we had an emergency AD that was issued. Was that communicated to any of the international authorities? Did we have any of the MD-11 airplanes operating overseas?
So there was only one non-US registered aircraft that was included, but we issued a CANIC to all of the international authorities when we issued both emergency ADs.
Great, thanks. Next couple of questions are for Boeing and kind of along the same line. So what documents can Boeing generate to inform operators of structural issues or request information or ask for things to be done, maintenance to be done on an airplane? That kind. Yeah.
Okay, we have several documents and several ways to communicate. If the fleet team digest would be a primary way for us to communicate with the fleet. This is something that our operators have access through a web portal. Every time that we open up a new issue that would be safety issue, we are required to open up this fleet team digest, and it is available to the fleet. In the current iteration, you subscribe to your model, to your concern, and it is pushed out to you. Another way that we communicate would be our fleet team calls. These are scheduled between 4 and 6 weeks, depending on the model right now. And the requirement is that any new issue of concern will be brought up in the agenda and then be discussed with our operators. And all of our operators of that model are invited to attend those. The types of documents that are made available, commonly it will be service letters and service bulletins. Service letters will be information recommendations. Service bulletins will be more along lines of changes to type design. The service letter can call to other documents that actually allow a change to the airplane, so it can call to changes in maintenance planning data or to other service bulletins. And those are all commonly communicated to the fleet through the fleet team digest and fleet team process.
What about other documents like multi-operator messages or Boeing safety advisories? Where do those fit in?
Sure. Multi-operator messages are can be used at any time to communicate broadly or discreetly. So it can be just 2 operators, it can be the entire fleet, depends on the issue and depends on the choice for the type of communication. It's like an email, essentially, that arrives to somebody's inbox. And then the Boeing safety advisory, this is an enhancement of our process and the regulator's process of learning out of the door plug. It accelerates the ability for our regulator and for our operators to incorporate safety-driven change into their fleet. It looks like a service bulletin. It's very easy to review and very easy to incorporate. Still has a very robust and rigorous safety process, follows our traditional safety process. It's just easier to consume.
Okay, now what is the criticality of the information as it relates to each of these? I assume that maybe the service bulletin is at the top, and how does it flow down from there as far as the criticality of the information that's being presented?
Yeah, there is within service bulletins, there is some criticality between service bulletins and service letters. There is not. So within service bulletins, we have a special attention and alert category. So alert is safety. Special attention, if I were to read, is the given special emphasis above a standard level. They have a banner reading special attention, personal safety, anything to provide an improved pump to some other modification to the airplane. So service letters, which provide recommendations or information to the fleet, it can be recommendations to adjust AMM processes or AMM procedures, or provide a preferred spare. But a standard category service bulletin and a service letter, there's no hierarchy.
Okay, and which of these documents would come out of a cost process?
Well, if the cost process was not safety, it could be, a standard category bulletin or a service letter, either one. If we go through and it's something's determined to be safety, it will likely be a service bulletin, an alert bulletin.
Okay, and is there a specific organization or department within Boeing that creates these documents, or are they fed into by multiple organizations?
Sure. There is one organization within engineering, Service Bulletin Engineering, that collects the data from all the multiple organizations and ultimately releases the bulletin. There are many sources: airplane safety, the fleet offices, and the design engineering team all work together with Service Bulletin Engineering to develop whatever the content is. But Service Bulletin Engineering ultimately publishes it.
Okay, and I want to ask a little bit about communications you have with a particular fleet. And what I'm thinking of is your fleet team meetings or structures task group type meetings, and how do those processes work when you're talking about a single fleet?
Yeah, I'll discuss fleet team meetings and then I'll let Mike. And so think 737, 787, 777. They all have their own fleet team process and own fleet team meetings. All operators are invited to participate. All operators are encouraged to provide requested information to be reviewed. And then we have, post-COVID, we get together and we have a formal meeting and we spend up to a week going through the key issues that are affecting our operators. The Boeing company, of course, prioritizes safety, and we absolutely talk the safety issues that are occurring in the fleet and the mitigations that are available or may be coming available. That is absolutely a priority in every one of our fleet team meetings. Separate from the formal event, there is the fleet team process, and there's the recurring meetings that support it. And so depending on the model, many of them meet once a month, some every 6 weeks, and that feeds what happened after the meeting and what's going to happen coming into the meeting. So there's continuity of engagement with all operators across the world. And so it's not limited to the United States. It would be anyone that operates our airplanes are invited. As far as STG, I'll ask Justin.
Thank you. The STG, or Structures Task Group meeting, was developed as part of the aging aircraft rulemaking. And as part of that event, it's a requirement for operators and OEM to come together to review how the aircraft, the fleet, is aging. And so we do this in terms of holistically with several sessions all together, reviewing any sort of cross-model potential items that need further discussion with the fleet. And then furthermore, there's several days of breakout sessions specific to fleets. And similar to what my colleague had mentioned, these are focused around safety. And then a secondary aspect would be the maintenance program. Specifically, the corrosion prevention control program often comes into play there. But again, emphasis on the aging aircraft aspects of the fleet. And just to clarify, that happens annually. Apologies.
Okay, thanks. So when we talk about the fleet team meetings and the structures task group, we know from the documents we've received so far that there was at least one fleet team meeting for the MD-11 that discussed the spherical bearing and the fractures in the outer race. Are you aware of that issue being raised at any other fleet team meeting or in the operators allowed to voice their concerns or issues they're seeing, or is it just simply a mechanism for you to present?
No, sir, they're encouraged to voice their concerns and to participate, absolutely.
And what happens with that information that can it enter into a cost process or another safety process if there's something you're finding there that you don't know about?
It may very well. If our operators in a method other than BCS, other than our email system, essentially communicate to us something of a concern, it would be received by the appropriate engineering team for proper analysis. So it might very well turn into a cost report.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Johnson, who's got some questions of his own.
All right, continuing with Boeing, service letter MD-11-SL-54-104 original was issued on May 12th of 2008. A lot of the questions that we had for this section have been already asked, so I'm going to skip around and not repeat those questions. Does Boeing know why a service letter was selected rather than a service bulletin or alert service bulletin?
Yeah. We believe that the determination that came out of safety board led to the determination of what type of product to provide to the fleet.
What actions based on this service letter did Boeing expect an operator to take?
The service letter recommends additional inspections. There's an AMM change that recommends looking for a migrated race. So a clarification to saying that it would be more likely to find a migrated race with the additional AMM inspection.
Okay, I'll follow up on that in just a minute. How does Boeing ensure that a service letter is written clearly and has its intended actions communicated?
Well, there is a process inside in service engineering with a fleet engineering that there is a review. So service letters are created by a service engineer typically. There's a review inside that person's organization, and then they would go to the fleet office, which would be like an MD-11 fleet office for a review by a deputy fleet chief before they would be released to the fleet. That would be the common method for quality control.
Okay, moving on to MD-11 SL-54-104 Alpha, which was issued in February of 2011. Was a new analysis performed to support the release of the Rev A of the service letter?
I'm sorry, Nils. What was the new analysis? Is that the question?
Was there a new analysis performed based on Rev A? Because you had two additional findings, two additional carriers reported migrated bearings. Did that cause an additional analysis to occur, or was it just a continuation of the original with an update of the two new findings?
Following up from a comment I made earlier to Mr. Crookshanks, I need to verify if there was any further metallurgical analysis performed on either of the events following that. To the best of our knowledge, that would have been the only analysis performed to support the Rev A. And again, we'll get that data point.
Okay, that's already been answered, so I will skip that. Mr. Jordheim, could you please pull up Exhibit 11U, PDF page 2? So specifically talking about service letter revision A, it stated that the current inspections were sufficient. Shown on the screen, it's a general visual inspection called out by the maintenance planning document. Can you please point out in Exhibit 11U what an inspector is expected to look for?
Yes, so I'm going to bring your attention to number 3, do a general visual inspection. Specifically, the general visual inspection is visually examining the interior and exterior area, installation, or assembly to detect obvious damage, failure, or irregularity.
So let me ask a further question. What parts of the pylon are you expecting an inspector to look at based on this document?
Based on this document and to the best of my knowledge here, I believe this is intended to be focused on the pylon aft bulkhead area. And so it would be looking at all visible structure that would be accessible once the mechanic or technician gained access to the area.
Is there any reference in this section to a bearing or migrated bearing?
This section does not explicitly state a bearing or migrated bearing.
Okay. Mr. Jordan, can you please pull up Exhibit 11V, PDF page 2, which is the detailed visual inspection. And I'm basically going to ask the same questions. So as soon as we get it on screen. So again, what is expected to be inspected based upon this guidance?
Based upon this guidance for a detailed visual inspection, the verbiage is very similar to what we just discussed in the general visual. It calls out an intensive examination of a specific item, installation, assembly to detect damage, failure, or irregularity. The main difference between the two inspection procedures being the proximity and tools used to successfully complete the task.
Okay, thank you. Service letter MD11 SL 54104 Alpha specifically identifies AMM 545106 to reliably detect migrated bearing outer races. However, this document is never referenced in the MP.
Can you clarify which task? Apologies.
545106 on-wing inspection, the last, I can pull it up if I need to.
I believe that inspection is applicable to the bearing migration that was identified in the original service letter as being updated, and that does not have an interval in the maintenance planning document.
Correct. But what, because the service letter talks about this enhanced maintenance manual process, and I'm asking what is the expected interval? To be accomplished or for that service, for that AMM?
The inspection intervals defined in the maintenance planning document are specific to the general visual inspection, the detailed visual inspection. The recommendation in the service letter is for operators to review the actions defined in that applicable maintenance task that you defined and incorporate it into their program as defined with their maintenance practices.
I'll ask it a different way. How did Boeing intend for this AMM to be used?
On if they were going to incorporate it and how to incorporate it.
I'll go back to the service letter that says that the instructions in 545106 have been enhanced to reliably detect a migrated bearing outer race. But yet we don't call out the manual to be accomplished ever. So I don't understand, based on the service letter's instructions, how you're helping the industry reliably detect a migrated race. Am I missing something?
I think the MPD, which is referred to in the service letter, the general visual and detailed visual inspections, as we discussed, call out the assembly and installation. The assembly and installation would be inclusive of that bearing. And so the adjacent AMM task is provided as an enhancement, and we recommend operators to review it and incorporate it into the procedure if they deem it necessary. And that's where the recommendation is made that ultimately we're putting the data in the hands of the operator to make that decision.
Okay, I'll go back to something Mr. Springer said earlier, and that was maintenance manuals usually have two different functions. One of them are inspection or instruction, and the other one are ways of dispositioning things, which is a valid use of a maintenance manual or SRM. So in this case, the AMM was describing a condition that was not acceptable versus even a limit. It just said if it wasn't flush, it's not okay. So that helps disposition a negative, but it doesn't, in my mind, it doesn't drive you to find the negative. It would only be used, because it's an on-condition maintenance manual, it would only be used to disposition a condition that was found. Does that sound correct?
I think so, if that's to Boeing. So the expectation would be that the operator would incorporate the recommendations for the inspections. There was no interval specified in the service letter. If ultimately that's what you're asking, I think.
Okay, thank you. Next question for UPS. Mr. Springer. How are manufacturer publications such as service bulletins, service letters related to structural defects currently analyzed to determine if the documents need to be implemented into your fleet?
Yes, I'll review the overall process and talk about what data sources we use to evaluate. Can we pull up Exhibit 11AA, page 10, UPS evaluation of Boeing technical communication process? I'll use this to walk through and talk about how the overall process works for a service letter, service bulletin, whether it's a standard service bulletin or an alert service bulletin. The only exception would be if it would happen to be mandated by an AD, and then we have a different process, more robust process for that. But our engineering standard team monitors and gets notifications and downloads any new service bulletins or service letters or revisions to service bulletins and service letters. Once they get them, part of the process is they assign it to an engineering manager. That's typically on the airframe side. That's going to be one of our fleet managers. With it being a structures, we're using the structures example. That manager is going to do a cursory look at it and then assign it in our system to the structures engineer that's on his team. Once the structure engineer has the document, service bulletin, service letter, alert service bulletin, one of the things that goes into that we talked about is what level is the document coming in, especially alert bulletins versus standard bulletins. So they're going to go through a data gathering phase. Obviously, they have some inputs coming in with the document itself that illustrate what the fleet concern that's been identified. We'll then go into our own data and start looking at everything that's in our maintenance information system. So we can start looking at all the structural items that may be related to this to see if we can find supporting data in our experience that would support going ahead and adopting that. Once all of the information is analyzed, then the engineer will make a determination on the action or direction to take. The document will then be floated back to the engineering manager for approval. Once the approval happens, then the action will be taken.
One follow-up. Was this process the same back in 2008 and 2011?
Yes, the process has remained largely unchanged since 2008. The only change has been that we've had a change in our maintenance information system. So the system that we're in now post fall of 23 is completely electronic or digital as far as the documents flowing and being dispositioned and that being documented.
How does this process review fit into UPS's overall SMS?
This process is part of our engineering processes that are a larger part of the overall SMS process at UPS. Part of the process itself is it's always being continually reviewed to see if there's any processes that need to be enhanced. And currently we're in an enhancement process on this to look at how we address specifically alert service bulletins.
That's the answer. When another service letter comes out of the same subject, maybe a revision to a service letter, what process is used to determine if the revised document needs to be implemented?
The same process would be followed. Obviously, one of the things that's going to go into the process is the engineer would go back, if it's a follow-on revision, they would go back to see, well, what's happened with the original earlier revisions? What did we do with them? Did we implement them? Also look at the changes that are part of a revision and to determine if any action would need to be taken to address the change that's associated with the revision.
If a manufacturer's publication's intended action is unclear, what is the UPS process to get clarification?
If there was a lack of clarity and the engineer reviewing the document determined that there was needed clarification, the typical way we would reach out is through a message in the Boing communication system asking for clarification.
All right, thank you all. Dr. Wilson?
Thanks. I just wanted to follow up a little bit on that same line of questioning. For Boeing, so if I'm understanding correctly, the expectation was that an operator would take 545106 and incorporate that into their maintenance program.
54 is 106. I have 104. The service letter and our recommendations were to incorporate the inspections and then the follow-on service letter to incorporate the new bearing. Yes.
So is that common that Boeing would release a service letter, create a new AMM, and not put it into the maintenance planning document, reference it specifically?
Oh, I can't comment as if it's common or not. I don't know.
I guess in my head, I'm thinking, why wouldn't you just put it in the MPD and then the operator would know to do it? It's sort of just thinking out loud, but.
Well, we, the MPD is the baseline maintenance intervals, and then the referenced AMM procedures for the airplane. And then we do commonly release AMM procedures as requested by our operators or by the Boeing company to improve maintenance outcomes or to, improve operation. And so I guess maybe I spoke incorrectly. We will frequently release AMM procedures that are not directly tied back to the MPD.
And just to maybe harp on this a little bit more, the service letter revision A says on these airplanes, on the MD-11 airplanes, inspections of the spherical bearing would be included in the inspections of the aft bulkhead containing the spherical bearing in items 54.512-01 and 54-51202, which, if I recall, is the GVI, the general visual inspection and the detailed inspection. When you go to the MPD, it does call out an AMM. The ones that we looked at earlier when Mr. Johnson pulled it up, it just seems logical that that would be something that would have also been included because the service letter says that's when you should do that inspection.
I understand. I don't have a record or an understanding as to why it was not included.
Okay. There's a procedure for identifying or for inspecting the bearing, and you referenced 545106. Given that it's not called out specifically in the maintenance planning document, is that a procedure that STE SAA inspectors were performing?
That was not a task assigned to us, so we would not be performing that task.
Did anybody see a migrated bearing?
Post-accident, we did the inspections for migrated outer race of the bearing, and we found 3 aircraft that had migrated bearings.
Correct, but did you physically see the migrated bearing?
I've not in person. I've seen the pictures of it.
I guess where I'm getting is how easy was it to detect?
I was not on site to physically see it. I've been around the joint on 2 aircraft and been close to it to understand how the inspection can happen, but I was not involved physically when we found the migration.
Okay. I was just curious because I think it might have been Mr. Gallegos that had mentioned earlier also, there was a picture up and he had mentioned that it could be very difficult to see a migrated bearing unless it was very obvious. And so I was just wondering if anybody had physically seen one to confirm that.
Ma'am, I have something to add.
Sure.
I think it's important, and I can turn to my colleague to explain this, Mr. Springer, but the post-accident inspection, we had very specific criteria that went in per an engineering order with exactly what to look for, excuse me. So I just wanted to add and clarify that.
I understand. Yeah, thank you for clarifying. Okay, I think that's all the questions I have.
I have one question.
It's the review and approval processes, the robustness of the system is maintained. It's still the same functional excellence, still the design engineering team and the safety engineering team that are required to review it. It still requires the same discipline. Like an email. And so our operators are much more easily, and I understand the FAA, it's much easier for them to approve, and our operators, it's much more easy for them to digest and to implement in their system.
Does it typically get sent to the operator for review as far as feedback on if the procedure makes sense?
Thank you for the question. Absolutely. With absolutely have our lead airline process where we have a review with an airline or two to ensure that what we provide is consumable. And we absolutely do take their input and change the process accordingly. We also do courtesy reviews with the FAA, looking for their guidance, making sure that it is something that can be approved and implemented. In the case of a BSA, the few that we've done, all of the operators that have been impacted have been invited to participate in the drafting and the review and the validation of these procedures so that when we release it, it works. And so the first time quality of our BSAs is perfect so far.
Mr. Dickens, have you seen one of these migrated bearing races in person?
No, I have not.
So just based on the photos you've seen from the service letter and from this investigation so far, what do you feel is needed for a mechanic or technician that's inspecting this area to successfully find one of these?
Putting my mechanic's hat on, see that migrated bearing correctly, and then he would have to follow the procedures for looking for that bearing being migrated past the lug surface. A mechanic doing, say, that 545103 corrosion inspection of the bulkhead, even if he did a cursory glance, may not notice that because the area is full of grease, it's very dirty. So he would have to be specifically tasked with looking for that migrated bearing.
So beyond the lack of a specific interval to drive you to do that actual inspection, do you feel like the inspection as written is sufficient for a mechanic to successfully find one?
No.
Migrated bearing on 250 UP in person that was found post-accident at our facility.
And what do you feel like is needed for someone at SAA to successfully find one of these, aside from a specific interval driving them to that task?
In order to find that bearing migration, I believe that the AMM task 545106 is required.
But do you feel, now that you've read the task itself, do you feel like the scope and wording of the task is sufficient for someone to find it if they were directed to do that task?
Yes, the task is very specific on movement of the lug beyond the surface, or excuse me, movement of the bearing beyond the surfaces of the lug. So even if they thought there was a little bit of movement beyond it, they would have to go verify it. So they would have to get some measurement tools possible.
Maintenance manual reference, I do feel that that is sufficient to find the migrated bearing. But if they are not directed specifically for that maintenance manual reference, they might not notice that.
Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Konopask, detection is critical here from what we've talked about. Back when the service letter was first written in 2008 timeframe, 2007, 2008, who would have written these instructions for the new maintenance manual task at Boeing?
I don't have record of who specifically wrote that maintenance manual task. To the best of my knowledge, it would have been the maintenance engineering team.
And does the maintenance engineering team, when they write these tasks, do they typically validate how the instruction is written with another operator, or do they just write the task based on feedback like from the COSP reporting?
I don't know the answer to that question. I'm sorry.
Okay. Mr. Jordan, can you pull up Exhibit 7F? I don't have a page number for you, but it's the one where it's the not safety issue with the rationale. So here with this high-level rationale for the not safety issue, it says that the MD-11 lug joint area, third bullet down, is MPD inspected every 30 months, a general visual inspection every 60 months, detailed visual inspection staggered 60-month intervals. Lug being looked at every 30 months. Is this a critical element to making sure that it's not a safety issue, that this lug is looked at every 30 months?
We don't have record that would indicate that would explain why this is as used as part of the determination.
Okay. And then from the FAA side, any commentary on the mention of every 30 months here for the not safety rationale?
We don't have any documentation of the rationale that our engineer used to review this, though it wouldn't be the essential reason why today, if we looked at this, it would be the causal chain. If this was required, if a staggered inspection was required, then to make sure it's not unsafe, we would have to do something mandated to ensure that that happens. So.
In the COSP meeting minutes, there is discussion about the inspections being staggered. It talks about the MPD inspections and then, in a sense, pivots to an AMM inspection. That the lug area is looked at with it being staggered, but there's no mention of it being staggered in the service letter. So first question is to the FAA in terms of does the FAA review service letters generated by Boeing?
No, service letters are recommended actions from the OEM, so they would, as they're not a mandated action, it's not reviewed by the FAA.
In a case where something is determined to be not safety and a service letter is generated because it's not safety, how does the FAA ensure that critical elements to keep it not safety makes it to the service letter?
Today, we wouldn't make that decision. If there was a critical element that was required to be in a service letter to continue to keep it not safety or not an unsafe condition, or not an unsafe condition, then we would have to mandate that via an airworthiness directive.
And back then in 2005, 2007, sorry.
If it was a critical item to continue to make sure it was not unsafe, then yes, in 2005, we would have had to mandate it. So I think the assumption, without any documentation, is that that wasn't the critical element of the rationale.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan, can you pull up Exhibit 11Q? This question is for Mr. Springer. In 2008, I note here that the engineering review was in 2009. Is this time frame unusual, typical?
The time frame to evaluate this particular item is not unusual. As I walked through the process, this was assigned to the engineer upon receipt. The same engineer was also involved with the 2008 Swedring staking ring event. He was copied on that. He was our MD-11 specific structures engineer. Doesn't mean that it wasn't actively known and part of his experience and facts that he was working on that fleet.
Thank you. What's expected of the engineer conducting this review?
When we the document, we talked about that there is a hierarchy earlier from ADs, alert service bulletins, and service letters. So that is part of the prioritization. Then as the engineer evaluates that, it's all about pulling in the data. It's looking through all of our data sources, our faults or discrepancies. For structurals, that's going to be looking at the RC check, heavy maintenance data. If it's part specific related, they could go into
And in this case, the engineer said that the service letter was informational. The service letter at that time had the changed AMM inspection about the migrated bearing race. It mentioned that that change will be incorporated in the July 2008 revision, so it should have been done at the time of at least the review sign-off, which was March 2009. Would the engineer have been expected to notice that there's an AMM task, but there's no MPD task to drive an interval for when to do that inspection?
Can you say that question again?
Yes. So there's essentially a changed AMM task or a new AMM task to look for the migrated bearing race that was discussed in the service letter. The service letter said that the change would be reflected in the July 2008 revision of the AMM. And the service letter, the technical document evaluation form, was signed off in March 2009. At the time of that first service letter, there wasn't a change to the MPD to drive the interval for when to do that new inspection. It was just an inspection that was put into the maintenance manual without a specific inspection that Boeing was to drive it at a specific 60-month or 30-month interval. Would the engineer have checked the MPD during that review to see if there is
It enhanced? The only context that I have from that time that would shed some light on how the 2008 or 2011 service letter would have been reviewed and whether or not it was a maintenance program change or not is the other service letters from that same era, and the structures ATAs had comments in the suggested operator action that read to the fact that Boeing suggests operators consider, based upon information provided in this service letter and their own experience, the incorporation into their maintenance program. So that's the only context I can offer, is they had other service letters that had explicit suggested operator action in that section. Anything else would be speculation on my part.
Mr. Jordan, can you pull up Exhibit 11R, Romeo? And again, this is another technical document evaluation format from UPS. This is for revision A of the service letter. If we could zoom into the engineering action section. This one was signed off about a week after receipt, it looks like. A little bit more information here. It says this service letter advises of information of the spherical bearing on the wing pylon aft bulkhead lug. -512-01/02, no engineering action required. Based on this engineering action, is it your understanding that someone would have checked that MPD to verify that an MPD task was added for this AMM task?
Based upon the information that the engineer recorded, I would have to assume that there was some type of MPD review.
That's the technical panel's questions.
Thank you very much. We are going to go to the parties for questioning. Does anyone need a break first? We're okay. Okay, we're going to start with Boeing.
Thank you, Chairman Hamady. We have no questions at this time.
Okay, we will go to the Federal Aviation Administration.
FAA has no questions.
Teamsters.
We have no questions.
San Antonio Aerospace.
We have no questions at this time.
UPS.
Yes, we have several questions. First question to Mr. Deckard as our Chief Inspector. Is it common practice to inspect for migrated bearings when accomplishing a GVI or DVI inspection?
Yes, it actually is. It's not uncommon for us to find migrated bearings in other installations during the performance of inspections in a particular area.
All right, for UPS in general, was the Boeing MPD in respect to spherical bearings ever changed by Boeing?
There was never a change to the MPD that called out or referenced the enhanced AMM, and there was no additions were made that we were aware of.
So in your opinion, what is the significance of the MPD not being changed by Boeing?
For any maintenance task, there are two items that are required. Obviously, a task and an interval, and then a procedure. Obviously, here we only have a procedure that was in the service letter, but it was not clear about what the intent, and the fact that the MPD was not also changed said that the existing maintenance program